thousands of hours. And that's what's fun about it. And they drink blood. Well, it doesn't say that in the description, right? Dessel. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. I trust that the yearly protection fund reached you without any issue. There is much to share. We've added information to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? What do I actually need? Probably just all of the metal bars that they can bring me. When I'm trying to sell people on Dwarf Fortress, I describe it as playing D&D by yourself without the need for other people, and the game is still surprising me. I don't describe it as impossible to learn, because that's wrong. And there are lots of people, and there's people in my chat, who like to emphasize the complexity as difficulty. And all that does, I'm looking at you, Ovsalot, is scare people away from the game. The goal isn't to point out how difficult the game is. The goal is to make the game approachable, which it is. It's not a hard game to play. It can be hard to learn, but that's what makes it rewarding, right? And saying it's the hardest game ever made is just false, because it's not. It's obtuse, yes. It has a learning curve, yes. It's not impossible. But people go in thinking that it's impossible and come out the other end scared away because they fear that they will never get past the initial, oh god, what the fuck am I looking at? Because everybody has that. What's the hardest game ever made then? Fuck if I know. Probably some, like, frankly, that would be on a person-to-person basis. I haven't played every game ever made, so how could I tell you what the hardest game ever made is? I mean, Zork has no graphics. Like, Zork's easy. Probably Go. Like, if we're talking depth, chess probably has close to the same amount of depth. Yeah, Go is only difficult when your opponent is better than you. I'm not going to say when your opponent is good. Well, any text adventure, so that include, like, I just say Zork because it's like the text adventure, but like Zork has no graphics. Any mud has no, well, maybe not any mud. There's certainly muds with graphics, but they might just be like a static image that pops up, you know? Yeah, there's many ways games can be difficult. I mean, arguably Tetris, like I always come back to Tetris because in my opinion, Tetris is one of the only perfect games ever made. I mean, D&D has no graphics. They still haven't brought me all of their instruments, so I'm going to continue requesting instruments. All right, that's enough. It's like a lot of people always come back to, oh, the UI and keyboard controls are complicated. All right, but I played X-Wing at the age of like, and TIE Fighter at the age of like 7 and managed to complete the first few missions. And that game uses every single key on the keyboard. And yes, I needed a cardboard cutout, which explains what every single key on the keyboard does, which was not included in the game. And you can just get that on the wiki. Tetris, chess, and Go are all perfect games. Oh, absolutely. Like, there's a lot of early games that a lot of people are hold it at incredibly high regard that are like, yes, this game was great, and I played it at the age of 6. God, Dwarf Fortress is too complicated for me. Like, well, what? Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Grand Craftsdwarfship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Now, what you can very legitimately say is, I don't have time to learn Dwarf Fortress. Totally fair. Totally fair. Like Call of Duty every year, play the games that you know. You don't have time to learn Dwarf Fortress, that's fine. I will take that argument. But saying Dwarf Fortress is too hard is always going to perplex me. And I will never fault people for not having time to learn something or having time to learn to play something. I will never fault somebody for that. But saying something is too difficult and then saying, man, Crusader Kings is great, is like the most perplexing thing ever. It's like, okay, well then you just don't want to. That's fine. Do that. Say that. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, we definitely had time at younger age for a lot of us. And that's also a legitimate statement. A lot of difficulty is muddled with tediousness. Yeah, no, sure. I mean, I would argue that like a game like EVE Online is much harder to learn than Dwarf Fortress, because a lot of learning EVE Online is learning people. And people are infinitely less predictable than systems. But a game like EVE Online has probably close to the same number of systems as Dwarf Fortress, but you also have to deal with people. Totally. I mean, Microsoft Excel has a lot of depth, but it's boring and has no goals associated with it. Here come the humans. The trade proper. See how many crafts we can bring. Let's also see what information they gave us on the world map. Interesting. There are no known artifacts or armies in my fortress. Nobody's at war currently. Not seeing any movements. Goblins spread one pit down. The humans have expanded. Would you look at that? In the midwinter of 52, a group calling itself the Lovely League. That's why I had a lag spike in the middle of winter. I'm wondering about that. The Lovely League founded Braided Moth after a short journey from the lands of the Confederacy of Sport. So here's another thing, right? You can play Dwarf Fortress and never look at any of this. Never touch the world map, never bother with raiding, never do any of this. Or know that this is going on. And be totally fine. A lot of the stuff in Dwarf Fortress is not even remotely necessary. Yeah. The Lovely League. I can tell you right now, League ain't lovely. You've logged a lot of hours on Crusader Kings EU4, Dwarf Fortress, and EVE Online, and so wait, what would the hardest one out of that list be then, Gate Nerd, out of curiosity? Just in your ranking. A fifth of the features? Like, here's the thing that I say about RimWorld. And I know that this discussion comes up a lot, Pyro. I love RimWorld. I think it's a very well-made game. I hate that it sells itself as inspired by Dwarf Fortress, because it does almost nothing that Dwarf Fortress does well. It does other things that Dwarf Fortress does badly. It does combat really well. It makes you feel fucking powerful. It's sadistic. It's hard. But it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld is a very, very good game. but it's nothing like Dwarf. It's like I always come back to this. Civilization is a very, very, very good strategy game. Crusader Kings is a very, very good strategy game. But they have nothing in common. Aside from that, they're strategy games. It's like Arma is a very, very good military sim first-person shooter. Doom is a very, very good first-person shooter. They have nothing in common. But they're both very good first-person shooters. And that is if you decide to be in first-person in Arma. You can also be third-person, but that's semantics at that point. Yeah, no, totally. And, like, that's a legitimate way of playing Dwarf Fortress, too, Dingler, is just reading about it. Like, I love reading about Eve. I have no interest in actually playing Eve. And I've played Eve and realized very quickly that it probably isn't a game I would like. I really hope they brought musical instruments this year. I've been asking for musical instruments every year because we can't actually construct them. And this is a conversation that, you know, anybody who frequents this stream will hear again and again, I think. I wonder, here's something that I've been wondering for a while, is this conversation going to continue once the Steam version is out? You can't make all of the musical instruments. There's elven musical instruments that are made of grown stuff that I can't buy. There's human musical instruments that are made using other techniques that you can't buy. Every single world has items that not everybody can make. Which is fascinating. Elite Dangerous was fun to listen in on. What, like the stories? The problem that I have with Elite Dangerous's stories is Elite Dangerous's stories are being controlled by the developer. So, on one hand, it's really neat, but once you've actually, like, played it for a bit, you realize very quickly that, oh, it's a narrative that the developer is drip-feeding the player base. And if you don't like the story that the developer is trying to tell, it gets very frustrating to play. And I did play it for a while, and it just kind of goes back to the time that I just always wish that Elite was a single-player game that had a drip-fed storyline that was drip-fed to the player over time as the developer developed it versus having other fucking people in the game. But it'll happen. Clickbait titles and memes that have made DF associated with certain nonsense in the public's mind. Yeah, well, it's not necessarily clickbait titles. I think it's, hey, video games journalist that's underpaid and works freelance, that does very good at writing about games. Play this game that is obtuse that you've never heard before because the kids like clicking on articles about it. You want me to play what? Oh, God. And that's usually how it goes. Like, bloke who's used to writing about Call of Duty and Madden gets given an article that he has to write in 2 weeks about game that takes more than 2 weeks to learn, and plays it for 6 hours and goes, yeah, guys, this game's complicated. This is my chat. We talk about complicated video games and 3D printed hurdy-gurdies. Excuse me? Wait, this game is real? Yeah. Wait, this game is more than just a figure of speech? And, you know, honestly, and this is what another thing that I've talked about before on the stream. There is one person that has done more good for the Dwarf Fortress community in the last, I don't know, 2 fucking years, even though he's been doing this for about 5 years now, I think. There is one person who's done more good for the Dwarf Fortress community than literally anybody else. And that's Krug Smash. And the reason, yeah, exactly. The reason he's done more good than literally anybody else is because he doesn't present it as, here's an 80-minute tutorial of how to get started. It's because he says, here's a video game, these are the stories it tells, and here's a very easy, presentable way to understand it. And nobody else does that as well as he does. Also, I may have overcorrected on my insulin, so I need to go check my blood sugar after I'm done training. And it's simple, and it's because he makes the game seem playable. He makes the game seem understandable. He does a very good... He knows a lot about the game. He doesn't know everything about the game, but he knows enough about the game. It's actually kind of funny. If you play Dwarf Fortress a lot and watch a lot of his videos, you go, why are you doing that? That's gonna kill X thing because X reason, but it's fine. It's part of the fun. And he presents it in a understandable fashion. You either need to be very good at explaining things, or in his case, good at drawing and talented at art, and he illustrates everything. And he has a wild imagination, and he presents Dwarf Fortress's strengths, explains its weaknesses very well, and makes it seem very approachable, which it is. It's just obtuse. And as far as, like, I also wouldn't mind not having this conversation again, because I would love to just hear the stories that you find in Dwarf Fortress, rather than talking about how I wish that more people would just play the game. Also, I love the fact that these humans keep bringing me artichoke hearts. They make artichoke wine, and I have one dwarf that really likes artichoke wine, so it's very nice to have. You know, having talked to Krug Smash, he's like me, except he has talents that I don't have. But I have talents that he doesn't have, which I think is funny. He thinks out loud, and he has an active imagination. Right? If you think out loud, and you have a very active imagination, you can do what Krug Smash does. You had a 12-year-old girl punch a horse so hard it killed the horse and the rider. Did it punch, like, the horse's head, like, backwards through the person? Because there was one time I had a dwarf... It was in a combat log with a Forgotten Beast. He kicked... he went into a panic attack midway through the fight and started tantruming, right? And punched another dwarf, which launched the dwarf into the air, which allowed the dwarf to mount the Forgotten Beast and cut its wing off, which kept the Forgotten Beast from flying. Which is what was keeping us from being able to kill it, and then the dwarves just dogpiled it. And also killed the tantruming dwarf in the process. But that tantruming dwarf was a fucking hero. It's a fucking hero. We read that description, and all of our minds were blown, and we were like, what the fuck? It's wonderful. Or when, like, a dwarf will just, like, pick up a dead rat and, like, throw it at somebody and kill the person. I've seen that a couple times. You need to, like, really pay attention to those miscellaneous object users. They're always entertaining. Just dumb shit like that. It happens all the time. Even in fortresses like this, which seem relatively mundane and there isn't a lot happening, it's like, if you're paying attention, like, the little, like... Playing Dwarf Fortress, if you're attentive to the details that's happening, is like always watching an episode of Seinfeld. It's like, there's nothing happening, but everything's happening all at once, and oh my god, I can't stop watching. It's like watching the best sitcom that's never been written and never will happen. Because why is a Tubal fucking carrying their child while they are making menacing spikes, and then why did someone run in the room, tantrum, and punch someone else in the head? They dropped their baby. Why is the baby still crawling around? Mom, go get your baby. That kind of dumb thing. You wiped out a goblin's civilization with cage traps because in their single-minded attempts to invade I just kept walking into your cage trap mates. And then what are you doing? Like dropping them down an endless pit into lava? Or did you just like keep them all? Like in a box? That made that was I had a necromancer queen of a dwarven faction. I never actually saw this lady, but we read about her around the time Villains came out. In the first stream I did after Villains, we literally just sat there and read Legends for hours. She kept getting married every couple of years. It was like every other year she would get married, plot to murder her husband, and then... Is your stream the new Seinfeld then? A stream about nothing? Probably. Is it most streams like Seinfeld? It's just lots of nothing. We'll see you later, Nix. Cheers, dude. Where was I going with this? Right, anyway, every couple of years she would plot and assassinate her husband, res him from the dead as a zombie, appoint him to some rank in her army, and then go get married to another alive person. What's even better about this is she just kept on repeatedly doing that. It depends on how many children the goblins have while in the cage, and if they start having children with their children. God. Where was I going with this? Right, so she would keep getting married, and then every couple of years send her army of the undead to go invade somebody. And it was mostly her husband's. All right, we just traded with the humans. I'm going to go check my blood sugar. Why is your planter sleeping in the hallway? Because she's incredibly weak and loves scepters. So she's lugging around solid gold scepters, which slow her down enough so that she gets dehydrated and trying to get to her bedroom. Then she crawls for a drink in the stockpile and passes out before she gets to bed. And she's been living this life for 3 solid years, and she probably loves it. She probably loves it. And she's very happy all the time because she keeps acquiring a beautiful item. And she's euphoric due to inebriation because she just drank alcohol, and she remembers sleeping in this bedroom. Speaking of dapper fucking dwarves that love things, let me introduce you to Rhinestone, who's currently wearing a mudstone bracelet, an amulet, earring, ring, bracelet, earring, amulet, ring, amulet, earring, crown. Crown, amulet, crown. Bracelet, earring, amulet, crown, amulet, earring, bracelet. Amulet, ring, earring, amulet. He's had an injury, so he's got pigtail thread sewn into his... What? Sewn into his lower leg. Crown, amulet. And there we go. And that's not including the other 123 owned objects that are just around their thing. The thing that I always wonder, it's like the rings, okay. Bracelets, okay. Earrings, okay. Amulets, all right. Where are you putting all of those crowns exactly? And cheers, Jamie, withdraws from society. Game, can I please go check my blood sugar? Cheers, Jamie, was born in this fort, is 35 years old, and is very, very happy. Was born in the year 18. Maybe I need to up my tier on Krug Smash's Patreon so I can get him to draw me a drawing. And I'll get him to draw a drawing of that dwarf. Draw a drawing of that dwarf? Actually, the one that I really need is Padinsky, who I think actually has more stuff now. Okay, no, Padinsky doesn't actually own as many things as I thought he did. He only owns 161 objects. There was somebody who owns like 200-something objects. You stack them? Yeah. Gonna let this happen first. Oh, wait. Look at all of these lovely amulets we've brought to trade to you. Here, have them as they're a gift from us to you. You get to carry them. What did you just grab? Rose gold bars. What's gonna be valuable? It's a craft store shop. Like a puzzle piece? Yeah, they're like interlocking crowns that like fit together. It's like oh, what are those fucking ripoffs that like 12-year-old girls get given by friends? Those Pandora charm bracelets that you add little charms to. Maybe that's what those crowns are like. So they're just crowns that like click together, so you add more crowns to your crowns and it just builds into a giant chef's hat. So what do you need? Cloth? I got that. Lots of that. Skeletons? Probably skeletons. Skeletons and probably wood. Probably tell the dwarves to go hack something down. Yeah, we need wood. There you are. Now we just wait. Frame rate got real bad. I wonder where that is. Oh, we just had a new moon cycle. I think that's probably it. No, this is the Celeste album. No, we listened to the whole Rain World album. I'm not actually playing any records right now. This is just coming off of YouTube. I don't actually own this on vinyl. I do own the B-sides, which is like the remixes album, Celeste. Okay, why is frame rate still shite? Something's going on somewhere. The frame rate all of a sudden spontaneously combusted. Something going on somewhere. How are things? We're just chit-chatting and I'm trading. We got a strange mood happening. But frame rate all of a sudden went bye-bye, which have me concerned. It's probably due to everybody suddenly pathing upstairs to... IKEA has stolen books. Oh, that's not helping. Everybody's suddenly pathing upstairs to also bring items to depot and also trying to haul this wood. And the Kias ain't helping. What happened to Jellybutt? She's been in prison for a long time. Oh yeah, no, making them into soldiers has already helped the frame rate. I didn't raise the river. I dug underneath the river. Yeah, that fixed it. It was the Kias. It was the Kias! Fucking the frames. They're dead now. See how fast that's sped up? Lord. I think he's actually running away from the Kias. Which is why he's speeding up. Like he's under attack by the Kias. Swordmaster slaps the Kia in the fourth toe with her right foot and the flat of her gmish, which is a sword, shattering the talon. The force pulls the right foot and the severed part sails off in an arc and the Kia falls over. Dwarven child punches the Kia in the lower leg with her right hand, bruising the muscle, and the child punches the Kia in the right leg with her hand, bruising the skin. And the Kia scratches at the dwarven child with his right foot, bruising the fat through the pigtail shoe. Oh, that's sore shoe. Scrumpet Scrumpet, the chief medical dwarf, says, I cannot just stand by. This might require an answer. Scratches the Kia in the head, tearing the muscle. And the force bends the neck. Scrumpet was also born in this fort. And the dwarf scratches the Kia in the head, tearing the muscle and bruising the skull. And the force bends the neck, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the upper spine and its nervous tissue. The artery, an artery has been opened by the attack, and a tendon in the upper spine has been torn. This is what I mean by, like, this game has depth, but you can, like, ignore it, because all of that, I don't need to read any of that. I can just be like, oh, they're fighting. Okay. Oh, they're fighting. Okay. Oh, they're fighting. Okay. Yeah, they're still fighting. Okay, we won. Good, cool, sweet. None of my dwarves died? Yep. Yep, we're good. I don't need to read any of that. But Pispan, the scholar punches. Uh-oh. Someone tantruming? Yep. Hair is tantruming. Farm plot destroyed. Well, that's fine. You also, punched a farmer in the upper arm with your left hand, bruising the muscle. You punched somebody, which means that's disorderly conduct, Hair, against my scholar. You've committed a crime! Speaking of, strange moods still happening in the background. Ooh! Ooh! Astro! You're too good at your job, man! Far too good at your job, man. Look at all of the amulets. Oh, God. So much clothing and stuff dropped everywhere. Yeah, he's dead. The sheriff, Astro Banjos, commenced the punishment of beating by punching the scholar in the left hand. The final blow was... The sheriff punched the scholar in the upper left arm with her left hand, jamming the bone through the left shoulder's muscle and shattering the bone. A ligament has been torn, and then the sheriff punched the scholar in the head with his right hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. I think my sheriff's a little strong. Little bit strong. It's all of the hauling the boulders, let me tell you. Hey, Jack Nurk, by the way, it's good to see you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's just sleeping. Oh, now they know that he's dead. Well. Now let's see how Astro feels about this. He's killed Questigal, Quatch the Second, and Hare. Has 35 other kills. He's our main hunter. He's afraid after experiencing trauma, but she is content after having a pretty decent drink. She's uneasy after seeing Hare die and grieved at somebody's death. No wonder you have no friends. All right, how's that strange mood going? Hauling wood. You know, if it wasn't 2020, I would seriously consider making a Crypt Cop emote and making a dwarf with a hammer or something. Although it could be like Crypt Bop. Like there go the humans. Not because of the violence, but because it was just time for them to leave. To be fair, Hare kind of had it coming, you know? Also, because I haven't said thank you enough today, chat room. Thank you so much, everybody, for, you know, watching the stream, hanging out, chilling with us. It's a lot of wood. My dude, Why are you using so much wood? This is a dwarfy artifact. Your phone messes with your space bars. How so? It's already happened, actually, but it wasn't a Kia. It was a buzzard. Stone 2 got into a fight with a buzzard on the way down and fell like 12 Z levels down and just went splat on the staircase. Yeah. It already happened. Literally, it was just like Kia scratches at the dwarf. The dwarf punched the Kia. Then the Kia, or not Kia, the buzzard charged him. And then it was just like dwarf's head takes the full force of the impact. Something, something explodes into gore. Something, something splat. We also had a baby get chucked off of one of the walkways up at the top. And we hadn't dug the whole pit out yet, so it was like fell 8 Z levels because now it's we're on layer 17 at the bottom. 17 in some places, but mostly layer 10 at the bottom of this pit. So it was like 7 levels he fell down and just went splat at the bottom. Well, wasn't chucked. Mom got into a scrap with the Kia and he tripped. And she tripped and baby went woo over the edge. And went splat. So what all did you grab here? By the way, this is mostly book bindings and pots up here. But what all did you grab? Stray horse bone. Good stuff. Nice choice. Alpaca wood cloth. Cave spider silk. Willow logs. Wolverine leather. Apricot wood logs. Rose gold bars. And nice. I'm going to go check my blood sugar. By the time I get back, there should be an artifact. All right. Any bets on what they make? Place bets? BRB? Not like you win anything. So. I return with dextrose tablets. They taste like chalk. Cheers, Jamie. The Sword Master has created Enor Brim, a nice scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Lump. Yeah, man, bananas try to kill me. I don't like bananas. First it sent me into space, and then I overcompensated. Well, it's worth 45,600. This is a nice scepter. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pecan wood and giant cave spider's silk, and encircled with bands, rose gold, apricot wood, and wolverine leather, and sheep wool. This object is adorned with hanging rings of apricot wood and willow, and menaces with spikes of horse bone. On the item is an image of a feather tree in nice. Why would you draw a feather tree? You like feather trees? On the item is an image of a maize roasted, the cooperative adulation? The mudstone crown in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of a sand pear tree in alpaca wool. I mean, if I was Cupo, I would say that it's a nice dildo. As he calls scepters dildos for some reason. So, it was a very effective blood sugar test. Because I checked my blood sugar. I'm a little bit low. I have dextrose tablets, which I'll... But... the reason it was productive was because I peeked outside, and I evicted 2 slugs and a snail from the premises. They were making a mad... Well, one of them was halfway up the side of one of my pots. And the other 2 were screaming fast, slithering... Sliming, slugging. What do slugs do? They don't slither. Snakes slither. I don't know how they walk, but anyway, running as fast as they fucking could towards my pots. So they're very flat. And the snail is now like, I don't know, 2 or 3 meters away on the other side of the thing. Jamie, you just made this. Are you proud? They shimmy. Mental image slugs shimmy. I will always maintain the scariest fucking mental image I've ever seen of Dwarf Fortress is the snail man stands up. A legendary bed? Yes, it is possible. Well, congratulations. Made Enor Brim. We shall put it into the legendary room with other legendary things. And also, I need to put an animal on here, because apparently I unassigned my defensive animal. Put a piglet down there, but I won't slaughter it. If you walk with your legs in a bag. I love the way snakes move. It feels so neat on my hands. Snakes are wonderful creatures. I love snakes. You owned a python for a while? It's unfortunately completely, totally, and utterly illegal for me to own a snake in an apartment in BC. Because some fucking moron decided it would be smart to own a Burmese python in a very small apartment in one of the cities in BC. And did the very intelligent thing of letting it out of its enclosure. And it got into the ventilation system because it was an old ventilation system with the big vents. And it went and killed somebody's 2-year-old. Which is horrific. And then a couple months later, they were in talks about trying to lock down the types of snakes people could own. And they put Burmese pythons underneath exotic, because it's illegal to own exotic animals in Canada. I think it is in some states, too. Oh, hey, you brought a Kimberlite Lular. Beautiful instrument. Hopefully they can play some music for us. Anyway, are all the Kias gone? Yes. There's one buzzard, but it's in a cage. Anyway, so did that, and then it was literally months later. Some fucking moron in North Van owned like 80 vipers which are very poisonous. Beautiful snakes. Utterly gorgeous looking, but extremely dangerous, poisonous snakes. Owned a bunch of them with no licenses. It is legal to own vipers if you have the correct license and training, and you're a sanctuary. Didn't have any of the licenses. Apparently worked at an animal sanctuary. Anyway, one of them got out and killed a dog. Mine was an albino Burmese. When he got that big, he was getting donated, and I was going to start again with a new baby. Ah, that's adorable, though. Ate wild chickens until winter came. Yeah, but anyway, so instead of, like, you know, banning exotic animals like they should have and then considered vipers and Burmese pythons exotic, they just said, nope, all snakes illegal. So you're not allowed to own exotic snakes in a house in Canada, or in BC specifically, and it is completely, totally, and utterly illegal to own any snake in an apartment with up to a $5,000 fine and or eviction. Not worth it. And that's any snake. Corn snake. Fucking ball python. That big. Eleanor, how you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I think that my manager needs a, not cage, a container. Because there's clothing right there. Quite a bunch of it, actually. Although those we can all dump. Autumn has come. So did you ever find the snake again, or did he just go out and die? Basically. No, that's even more legal, because the snakes that we have that are native to Canada are all endangered. At least in this region. Gardener snakes, which are, like, you know, about yay big. Me and my little sister, an older sister, used to catch them when we were younger and keep them for the summer, but we learned a couple summers in, after doing that is completely illegal, because they're considered to be endangered. So, how much charcoal do I have? Probably quite a lot, because I should start working on iron spikes. 195. Okay, let's do spike, iron. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That sucks. But I partly blame you for letting him escape. But, you know, snakes are sneaky like that. And that's a perfectly good example of why it's illegal to own snakes around here. Because the one that killed someone's child wasn't full grown. And if it's big enough to eat a chicken, it could probably kill a small child. So... while you were in boot camp? Fair enough. Still, though, you shouldn't own... I don't think that you should have owned that snake in the first place. It's just my opinion. Owning snakes that big is irresponsible by the human. Because it's like the same sort of irresponsible as owning a tiger. Like, yeah, they're cute when they're kittens, but it's a dangerous animal that doesn't give a fuck about you, right? And it's the exact same for any kind of large snake. Sure, I completely agree. Probably fine when you had him. Still irresponsible to own it in the first place. Snake doesn't love you. Snake will never love you. Snake doesn't give a fuck about you. You think Snake loves you. Snake doesn't have the big enough brain to love you. Snake likes warmth. You warmth. No snake loves you. And I've owned snakes in the past. I owned snakes back when I lived in a house in the country. Like, we thought the snakes loved us, but no, snake don't give no fucks. No, small snakes don't care about you either, but you're a source of warmth. And if you're a source of warmth, whoa, that's a big caravan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wagons. Like, he loved his blankie. His blankie was not warmth because he was cold-blooded. Sure. I mean, obviously they're animals. They're going to have places that they go to, but snake doesn't give a fuck about you. Snake never will. Like, that's just how they operate. They're solitary animals that do not care. Blanket was safety because place to hide, right? This is an animal that isn't capable of love. I'm oversimplifying a simple creature? Dude, I owned snakes. What are you talking about? It doesn't fucking matter if I'm oversimplifying a simple creature. You should not own a snake that is big enough to kill somebody, even if it's just a baby and can only eat chickens. Chicken is about the same size as a small child. If that snake got into somebody's house, it could kill somebody. I think it's ridiculous that where I live, it's illegal to own a corn snake, but it's not ridiculous to be illegal to own a Burmese python. That's perfectly logical and smart, in fact. You shouldn't own a snake that big. For the same reason you shouldn't own a lion. You shouldn't own a tiger. You shouldn't own any kind of big cat. You shouldn't own a raccoon. All pets are weird? I tend to agree with that, yeah. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the mountain home. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. You know, it's just like, I used to know somebody who owned several rather exotic pets that are in a legal gray area, right? He owned like 8 or 9 snakes, but he also owned a poisonous tree frog and a few other animals that are considered dangerous. And he used to always say, you know, like, this tree frog, it loves him. It's very like it lives in its cage. It doesn't leave its cage. You know, it's not like I'm gonna touch it. Yada yada. Borderline endangered, deadly tree frog. Doesn't live in the wild. Will never have the opportunity to mate. Probably was brought into the country illegally. I don't think it's legal to own. It's irresponsible of him to own that tree frog. Piranhas are different though, because piranhas aren't endangered. And piranhas can't hurt you. They eat dead flesh. That's different. Piranhas are very different. They're a perfectly fine species that are not dangerous to a person. There are myths involving piranhas that make them seem dangerous, but they're not. Welcome back, Zapdos. And just to be clear, I'm not attacking you for owning that snake. I just genuinely believe that you shouldn't have owned that snake in the first place. And you're blaming your parent or you're blaming the people around for running away screaming and like not recatching the snake, for the snake dying and the snake getting out. But you owning that snake, in my genuine opinion, is wrong in the first place. You shouldn't have done that. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I mean, just the usuals. Bars. And make things out of brass and steel and other fun materials. And also anvils. You. Also, how you doing today, Sputs? This is still Celeste, yes. An hour and a half long soundtrack. Some got out, sure, but you're not gonna. Okay, but here's the difference, right? Ocelot, you're probably correct. I don't know that much about piranhas, but I was always under the impression they generally are more scavengers than live meat seeking. However, you're not gonna go drop a baby into a fish tank filled with piranhas. Right? And piranhas aren't endangered. You can buy them at the pet store. They're safe to own, And it's not like it's going to do the thing from Piranha 3D where it jumps out of the tank and bites your head off. Like, you're probably right there. But, like, it's not going to get out of the cage and walk to someone's house and eat their child. You hope I never own animals again. All right, well, tell that to the chameleon that I kept alive for 6 years. That was given to me for free by a vet that had a broken tongue that I fed through a tube every other day for about 6 years before it passed away of old age. So, will I ever own animals again? Probably not. Not for a while anyway. Not until I get a house. At which point I'll get me a corn snake or a king snake. Something small. Not dangerous. But no, you shouldn't own exotic pets. And I will do my best to make sure people don't own exotic animals. How do you break a tongue? Chameleons have a very, very, and certain frogs do too. They have a very, it's not a bone. It's like a muscle kind of, but it's a very, 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 very thin thing that wraps up at the back of their throat. And if you're an idiot and you keep a chameleon in a glass cage, if they shoot their tongue out to something on the other side of the glass, like say a fly lands on the other side of the glass and they try and eat it, and their tongue hits the glass, they can break their tongue. So it damages the muscles in their tongue that unwraps it. It damages the bone and can break it. And if it breaks, then it can potentially never heal because it wraps back up and will never operate properly, and they won't be able to put their tongue all the way out, which is a death sentence for chameleons. So the person who owned it kept it in a glass cage, damaged the chameleon's tongue at the age of about 2, and it stopped eating. And so they took it into the vet and said, put it down. Vet couldn't bring herself to put it down and just kind of put out a call, does anybody want a free chameleon? And my mom was friends with the vet at the time, and I wanted a lizard. I think I wanted a bearded dragon specifically, but got the chameleon and kept this thing alive for about 6 years. Yes, no, totally. Perfectly valid reason. That makes sense. Helps a lot. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft store ship. We have finalized an export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. But being completely blunt, the reason I don't own any pets right now is because I live in a 425 square foot apartment. Frankly, keeping any fucking animal in here is abuse. Like, you shouldn't keep an animal in a space this small. Dog, cat, fish should be fine, but I don't fucking want fish. I used to own fish. Fish are not that interesting to me. They're more like an interactive wall piece. I feel like dealing with that. Humans couldn't keep in a space that small? Well, then where would you propose I go? Exactly. The apartment size is not the problem. Not even remotely close to the problem. No, but I choose to rent this enclosure. I could go live with my parents in a much bigger house. I could go get a roommate and live in a bigger space. It's my choice to stay here. So if I shouldn't stay here, then where would you propose I go? There's not that many crafts left. We need to make some more. But I can sell them other things. Plenty of meat. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. There are plenty of meat pots. We can sell them. Now, this is the ideal place for me. It's as somebody who's disabled and legally blind, I can't drive legally in any country, except for, obviously, third world countries. I need to be close to my doctor, which I am. I need to be close to a grocery store. I need to be close to public transit. I need to live somewhere with good public transit. So I live alone. I have my plants. I have my computer. I got my ouch, I got my bed over there. Like, yeah, having another, 80 square feet would be nice, but I like my backyard. It's got a nice big garden area. There's other people who live in my building, and I get to talk with the old bloke who lives across the way who's kind of racist and kind of funky to talk to, but he's a nice guy. And get to hang out with my other neighbors every so often outside when I go out to smoke in the evenings, and I like where I live. So if I shouldn't live here, where do you propose I live? If a human shouldn't live in a space this small. Sorry, you are not exactly participating in any discussion or giving even a remotely decent reason why you should be so pissed off at me based on my opinions on animals. And you telling me that I should never own another animal ever again? Kinda tweaked a few chords in my brain. So why the fuck shouldn't I live here? I need to make a stockpile for ammunition, because we got a lot of ammunition that's just piling up around here. But the old guy? Oh, the guy across the way? He's just made enough comments that it's like, man, you're kind of racist. Like he's like in his 60s, late 60s, early 70s-ish. He drinks a lot, and he's one of those people who's just kind of like, says things that wouldn't be acceptable to be said in public in 2020. Officially confused by what? Oh, the last of the crafts out. I really need to another round of those, because I've been doing a lot of mining. We got some stone that's building up. What does Mistum look like? Just looking for him in the list. Hold up. There you are. That's what Mistum looks like. Her small lobed short ears are flattened. Her close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her sandy taupe skin is extremely wrinkled. Her nose is narrow, and her hair is gray, with a touch of white. The racist part of him? I mean, it's fine. Me and the guy out there mostly just talk about, well, he recently got a pet bird, so he's been... It's mostly he talks at me. I don't really talk to him. He talks at me, and then I respond occasionally. Not really in the we talk kind of deal. Every now and again, we'll talk about shit that's going on in the building. Because he's on the board, and because I'm just renting, I don't have the ability to talk to people on the board generally. So, that's a description of Mistum. Hopefully you got it, Snow. Where's Lump at? Lump, you're still in a relationship with Mistum, yeah? Yep, you are. That's it. That's still one of the neater things that's happened. Only upon lack of abstract thinking. I mean, I know you're a manager. You're also a scribe, right? How good are you at writing? Because you've copied, like, all of these books. Dabbling reader. Expert speaker. Dabbling leader. Proficient climber. Just musician. Legendary musician and singer. Proficient comedian. Skilled counselor. Nothing about writing. Wonder, actually, like, what skills do they get out of copying books? Although we're going to move you over to Scholar so that you can ponder, because you want to think. It's a busy dwarf. Military, manager, and a scholar. Complicated dwarf. I like it. How old are you these days, Lump? 97 years old. Still got another 70 years left in him. Fucking great. Hobo's kind of come back a little bit. Yesterday, Hobo was pretty far gone. I was really worried that Hobo was going to start tantruming, but it's been doing okay. This dwarf tantrums. Ooh, he in trouble. Oh, he in trouble. Which, by the way, Hobo has his own squad where he trains by himself because it's the only thing that keeps him happy these days, so. Put him into the military real quick and let him go train. All right, I'm going to go use the toilet right quick. And I'm also going to get my lunch ready because I need to check my blood sugar again anyway. So we're going to do lunch a little bit early today. So I will be gone for, 5 minutes. Shouldn't take me too long. Kind of prep my lunch stuff. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Can I please get a round of beers? If you happen to have sound commands, please entertain chat with them. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
NANI?! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? Cheese for everyone!
All right, we back. Had to evict another slug. Oh no, there's a combat log. What's that? Buzzard? Militia commander strikes the buzzard in the head with his iron shield, and the injured part explodes into gore. Good. Good job, Hobo. Literally killed a buzzard with a shield. Good shit. Thanks, Hayes. Safe Sloth. Eripterus. Hendrico. 74%. Nice. Make me go away for a day. Thanks to everybody who's hung out. Eat my turkey sandwich. And Barones as well. Uh-oh. Why are you punching my scholar? Nobody's dead. Was that from a while ago? Yeah, it was from a while. At least I think that was from a while ago. Someone's injured. He appears to have left. See. Yeah, it seems like, well, this one's mixed with gray. This is 102. Terra's gray mixed with a crew. 111. There's somebody that's younger. Yeah, it seems to be a lot of it crew. Well, this dwarf doesn't have any gray. 14. Means Mistum's old? Yeah, potentially. I mean, when Mistum first came by, he wasn't listed as the Outpost Liaison, which I thought was interesting. It was in the year 5. The very first time they traded, Mistum was listed as a general, which I thought was very interesting. And was flickering and gray instead of white. Since then, though, I think it was like the first 2 times he traded, he was listed as a general. Then after that, since then, he's been listed as the Outpost Liaison, which I think is very interesting. Another thing I've never seen happen before. Also, Aegis. Hey, hi. If you're curious, your dwarf is still crawling around. But relatively happy from what I can tell. Crawling around. Completely prone. Kind of helpless after dwelling upon suffering a major injury, but feels good due to inebriation. Yeah, seems like it. So. Also, in regards to the conversation from earlier, chat, You can own whatever you want as a pet, generally. But if I ever see somebody saying that they owned a dangerous animal and then do their best to justify owning said dangerous animal, especially if said dangerous animal went and put other people or creatures at threat, you probably shouldn't own in the first place. Especially in this case, a dangerous animal that is the reason I can't own a harmless animal because some asshole owned one. Yeah, I'm kind of pissed. I'd love to own a snake, but I can't. Because some asshole owned a dangerous animal. What do you need, Stone? Sorry? Does he not use crutches? He doesn't. We have plenty. Doesn't use them. He carried one for a bit, but never really used it, which I think is interesting. Maybe very prideful dwarf, potentially. Did I assign this to the wrong dwarf? Yes, I did. So this one should be assigned to Pedinsky. This one should be assigned to Euthris. There you are. And Cassie. R.I.P. Cassie. We'll just give her a shirt and trousers. Nope, she's still here. Silk trousers, silk dress, wool vest, silk cloak, leather cap, sheepwool boots. Rocket League is now free to play on the Epic Games Store. Thanks for the notification that just covered up the thing I was reading, Epic Games. Mittens, socks, 4 socks actually, 2 alpaca wool, and 2 ostrich leather. Doubling up those socks. Let's hit O instead of P. And winter is now upon us, which means we're getting close to year 54. Speaking of trousers, I should probably make new clothing soon. We have to be careful and sell all of our clothing every few years, but this is actually working quite well because I've got so much plant cloth it's actually a little bit ridiculous, so I can just make 20 of each. Then all the dwarves get happy moods and new clothing and stuff. Did I make those yet? I don't think I did. Nope. Vests and cloak. So trousers. Gloves. Mitten. Did I do caps? Yes, I did. Hood, socks, shoes. That'll keep our clothes makers busy for a bit, I think. They have one clothier shop. We should make a second. Make it out of silver. Should make all these shops out of nicer materials. That's something that we should work on. Just glue some legs on its neck. I mean, at that point, I might as well just get a blue-tongued skink, right? I wonder how often blue-tongued skinks need to eat. Because that would be a nice pet. Although they probably eat crickets, and I wouldn't want to keep crickets in my apartment. It's are fucking loud. Our human is helping. Our human's depressed. Oh no. Why is our human depressed? Caught in the snow. Been away from family. Lack of decent meals. Lack of abstract thinking. I was going to take you off of being the messenger anyway, so might as well. You have a leopard gecko? They need to be fed too frequently. Honest to God, the reason I want to own a snake is because they don't need to be fed super frequently and I could still travel for work. The problem is, and the main thing that's keeping, aside from the small apartment space, the main thing that's keeping me from getting a lizard specifically, because I would own a lizard. But I travel for work once a year, right? Or several times a year normally. I travel to LA usually once, sometimes Boston. I have opportunities every year to go to Germany. And I guess last year I technically had an opportunity to go to Amsterdam, but then COVID happened. So like, there are times where I travel, and it's usually for about 5-6 days. So if it's an animal that needs to be fed every day or every other day, that becomes a problem because then I need somebody to take care of it. So it's a logistics issue that I don't want to have to deal with if I don't need to. So I don't actually, or I kind of go out of my way to not have to worry about that. So it's like, she only needs to be fed every other week for you? Yes, but still, that's, yeah. I'm trying to avoid lizards. Also, I don't really have a place to put a cage. As much as I've loved lizards in the past. But yes, geckos are very easy pets. A friend of mine who also owned that poisonous frog owned a leopard gecko. I really like spotted geckos though. Those are cool looking. Although they're not really available as pets. They're not actively bred in captivity, but not spotted gecko. There's something else. Think of the green ones. Exactly. Spotted gecko. Yeah, these little blokes. They're everywhere in Hawaii, but you can't really get them over here as pets anyway. Buzzard has stolen horse meat. How come my soldiers haven't killed all the buzzards? God damn it. There's also only one buzzard on the map right now. And it's injured of all fucking things. It's funny. Get a Grundle. They don't need to be fed. I'll get right on that, Hayes. But yeah, no. Honestly, the main reason I don't have any pets is to just keep that window open. So, because like one of the reasons why I keep this small apartment and live alone and do all the stuff I do the way I do it is so that if I want to just say fuck it and go somewhere for a month, I could do it. And I like having that flexibility. You know, I actually had an opportunity about 2.5 years ago, back when I lived with my ex, which was to go to another country and stream from a different location for, it was a month. And I almost took it, but the thing that kept me from doing it was my ex. She asked me not to. But I decided to not. And I could do that now if I was offered that opportunity again. Or like when a friend of mine went and stayed in Germany for a couple of weeks and gave feedback on Anno 1800. If I was offered an opportunity like that, I could do that. We need to fix you, audio. Yeah, I've always wondered that about dwarves. It's like they're wearing gloves and then mittens over the gloves. Also, it's scorching hot and this is a desert. Always found that a little bit funny, I'll be honest. Hey, Darren, thank you for the 24,000. Five times maybe, and she hates it. I believe it. Yeah, I don't know. I miss my chameleon. I would love another chameleon one day, but the hard part about chameleons is chameleons are kind of needy. Like, they're a pretty high maintenance pet. Uh-oh, who are you? Disco Waffles is depressed. Really? I'm gonna practice a craft. You want abstract thinking. All right, Disco. I think it's time for you to retire from the military. What's your craft of choice? You're a competent weaver. Novice clother. All right, well, let's give you clothes making. And scholar. And you can go pick up a bunch of new clothing. After you attend a meeting. Tourists has created pigtailed dresses. Curious about how quickly they power through all this stuff. Looks like the dresses, shirts, tunics, vests, cloaks, and trousers are almost done. They have yet to start the gloves, mittens, caps, hoods. Oops, I put down hood twice. Hoods, socks, and shoes. They are low maintenance and they got all the food they need from your trash in the kitchen floor. Sounds like you should clean your kitchen floor. God, I'm so happy I don't have cockroaches. Like, I'm not going to move any further south, ever, because of cockroaches. Fuck that. I'd like to move further north, actually, so that I don't ever have to deal with them as the world heats up. Can't fucking stand cockroaches, man. I've had to deal with them in hotel rooms a couple of times, and fuck that noise. I'm all about not having to deal with any kind of infestations of any kind of insects ever, because fuck that shit. It's just not worth it. Not worth it. Previous place I lived had bed bugs. Nope. Still get like fucking mild nightmares about that shit. Now they also get a hatch cover, which will make some of them happier. Okay, whose bed is this? It's Jellybutt's. Oh, no. You know what? We'll free that bed. Because Jellybutt's never going to use it again, ever. It'd be weird if Jelly Butts suddenly, like, midnight acupuncture. Yeah, it's just like late night staying alive. Like, no joke, though. I do legitimately, like, dream about bedbugs. Like, it haunts my nightmares. Like, alive upside down? I'm looking these up right now. I need to know what they look like so that I can remind myself never to live in Florida. That's actually something that amazes me, is how many people who watch me who live in Florida. There's a large portion of the audience. Yeah, these just look like cockroaches to me. Those are big. Holy fuck. Mostly dead? Well, at least they're dead. That's like the one benefit I see here. Was anybody else here waiting for Spelunky 2 on PC? Because I never really got into the first Spelunky, but I'm kind of keen to play Spelunky 2. Not gonna lie, kind of keen. Game looks really good. Cloth fests are done. I mean, yeah, the hood could be down. The hood could be for, like, travel or a rainy day. I almost always imagine hoods, like, down and, like, kind of around their neck type deal. That's how I usually imagine hoods. Kind of like the way they would wear it, like the hobbits would wear them in Lord of the Ring. You know, like they'd kind of have it down in a way. And then, like, they'd flip it up when they need to, like, hide or be stealthy. It's kind of how I've always imagined those things, you know? Something I kind of like about old worlds that we don't really have in this world is abandoned structures. Something I loved. Ooh, shit, the elves have expanded. There's a third elven fort here. Also, this one's a human forest retreat now? The realms of stone are invading the elves? Oh. Ooh. So yeah, I have... So, okay. So the Fragrant Bear... These elves must be at war with people. The Icy Bulb and the Roses of Shooting. Because, not to be confused with the Noiseless Volcano in Elven Civilization. But these guys down here, right? They were originally just two Elven Forest Retreats, right? And they were both members of the Roses of Shooting. The Fragrant Bear, which is the other elves over here, appear to have moved over here. Work looks grim. Cheers, Scotty. Thanks for sticking around, man. Enjoy the lurks. The Fragrant Bear seem to have taken over one of these, and then the humans from the Realms of Stone appear to have taken another one. Also, our friends down here, the Society... Millions of peaches. The humans seem to have spread quite a bit more. All the way down to here. Looks like the dwarves are back at war again with the goblins. These goblins have spread considerably. But yeah, it kind of sucks that there's no abandoned structures on the map. Because I love that about Older Worlds is just having all the That's another thing that we haven't seen at all, actually, is monastery. Oh. That could be very interesting. Yeah, no. Curious to see what you come up with. Also, for those of you who don't know, I have put in a request for a I have put in a request for a replacement Crypt 7 emote for Saluting Dwarf. So we'll see what Cooler comes up with. Damn. Thanks, Morden. We're getting us up to 75%. There should be a big old notification up at the top of this stream for 69%. I'm just saying. There really should be, and there isn't. Kind of annoys me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But there isn't like a big boom notification at the top of the chat. 69%. Like, I wish I could like set when they go off, because, you know, it would obviously be like 6.66% or 66.6% and 69%. I mean, the goals are customizable and the amounts are, but like the big pop-up at the top of the stream. Rock table. Do that. Well, 40. Rock throne, 40. And rock offer, 40. These are for all the basement suites. Let's also do... another 1,000 rock blocks. Yeah, like the milestones, I think. I mean, there's a lot of ways that Twitch should give us more customization and have never done that. Stone, get ready. We're going to get another gift from the humans soonish. Ponder justification. That's a new one. He was pessimistic over pondering justification. Year 53, so -5 is the year of the fort. Getting pretty close to year 50. We'll probably hit year 50 today. We get another 2 years in. We've only got one more to go in like a month. So. Which is kind of exciting. All right, so I've got these two Grey Langurs, which went wild, and I've never been able to retrain them, so I'm actually just going to deconstruct their chains. See what happens. Oh, they're panicking and leaving. Oh, Jesus. And punching my dwarves. Just station the dwarves in here. Just kill these real quick. And I did... Okay, well, that's one dead. Where'd the other one go? Oh, instantly got caged, I think. Yep, and we picked up the cage. Perfect. Means I can retrain it and then eat it. Got all sorts of dwarves working on all sorts of items. Hobo's doing individual combat drills and the other squad's stationed. We can unstation them. Hobo, how are you feeling? Dejected after being unable to acquire something. Hobo, how about this? You're the captain of the Spotted Silvers, right? Let's give you a specific weapon. Let's give you a... Let's let him learn a new skill. We'll give you a silver warhammer. And remove this spear. Let's let you learn a new skill. You're gonna go pick up new equipment. Grabs the silver warhammer. I need a weapons storage. I think I'm going to build a building for weapons storage because, I don't know, I feel like that would make sense to just have like a separate building as kind of like an armory, I guess. So I think we'll kind of fit it into this area down here. Also, these buildings do help with pathing because they remove kind of the big open areas. How many floors, chat, do you guys think the armory should be? Because it should certainly be filled with armor stands and weapon racks. Because I do have that barracks up there, that small building that's right above the farms. Kinda, might be behind my camera even, but... Do I even have nice blocks? There they are. Oh, I only have 2. Okay. We'll work on that. How's our human doing? Much happier. Much, much, much happier. Still plenty of clothes yet left to sew together, I guess. Hey, chat room, it's a bit of a lurky day today. Out there and you're lurking. Can I get a round of beers? Let's see how many beers we can get. Just type in the word beer. Won't call you out if you're lurking. Unless you want to be called out of. I'm not gonna judge you if you want to be called out. In other news, videos from this week are doing well. People seem to be pretty positive on the UI. I really hope that they add more tooltips. I didn't see a lot in the way of tooltips. I know that Tarn has mentioned tooltips before, but we haven't actually seen many of the tooltips. Not a huge fan of the tiny little buttons that just have picture on them. You have drawn her. Now, where should the descriptions go? Probably Dwarf Fortress. Actually, there's 2 places they should go. The DF Talk Room, okay? And the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. Just the name of the dwarf is the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. You don't need to actually, like... But yeah, looks like our human is coming too, especially feeling pleasure near a fine furnace. Always lovely. I'm just happy that dwarf's okay. Hey, Ripturus. Your dwarf's still going strong? Probably, you know, if I had to, like, place bets right now, I'd say Eripterus is going to be the first dwarf to die of old age. You don't have Reddit? Someone else should post it on Reddit then. You also really want some abstract thinking, which means we're going to give you the ever-popular scholar job. You're still going to continue making cloth clothing, but when you're not making cloth clothing, you're going to go think and ponder about various things. You can just put them both in DF, because they're both relevant. Need new music. Let's just stick with it. I like this comment on the Reddit thread that Vlog posted of the video I put up yesterday. Sorry, but I can't stand the marketing tone of the guy speaking. Watched 10 times 4 seconds of it. Looks great though. Fine. The marketing tone. Doesn't like the YouTuber voice. I get it. I also hate it. Dragon Man has bestowed a name upon a sword. And I don't really care, I'll be honest. Do, 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 do. There's so many things I hate about myself thanks to YouTube. Be honest. Although I think one of my favorite comments I've ever got is they should hire you to talk about Dwarf Fortress. Because Tarn just is kind of camerish. I don't necessarily disagree with. I personally really like listening to Tarn talk, but it's because I just like listening to Tarn talk. People who've never seen him before are like, what the heck's this? There's a lot of mugs up there. Those little... These guys. Little brass goblets. We got a bunch of them. Everybody's busy. Look at all this. And Eripterus is making cloth socks. Yeah, I have a feeling that Eripterus is probably going to be the first dwarf to die of old age. It's kind of ironic that Eripterus is incredibly, like, rock solid mentally, just because of Eripterus' history as other dwarves in previous forts. He's on Discord. Let's have a peek. So this is Stone's interpretation of our outpost liaison. Beautiful, man. Absolutely. You know what it kind of reminds me of? Kind of reminds me of like a RimWorld pawn or somebody from Prison Architect. I have always wondered how somebody wears gloves and mittens. It's like they wear gloves and then they put them in mittens. Like restricts all of your movement. Well, hey, I guess those trees finally got chopped down. Yeah, the leather cap really makes the outfit. Yeah, it does. I mean, how else would you know that they're proper dwarfy without the leather cap? So it's that time of year. The annual tribute from Basti Jismuck has arrived, making it the first of Granite, year 54, early spring. There will be plenty of trees because they'll grow back before I have to refarm them. You kind of are you kind of will be legend. You might not be legend yet. All right. Well, you're carrying plants. I'm not super keen on this one. What did you bring? 5 prickleberries, 1 short alpaca wool skirt, 5 prepared elk lung, and 1 actually, okay, you brought an anvil. I'll take it. That's like some value right there. Chat, should we demand ongoing tribute from anybody else? Because clearly it worked once. Why wouldn't it work again? Like from elves, maybe? That's not it. It's this one. Pull Stabby Dead. I need to attach this to more upright spikes. Soaps, how we doing? How you hanging in there? How's the copying of all of the tapes going? Also, my mom was asking, because I mentioned it to her, because that cassette deck was hers growing up, and she was curious, was your late grandfather a local radio personality? Or was he from elsewhere? The tapes are just brought with. They never did complete that. All right, they've finally begun those blocks. Almost done with the charcoal. Also done with all of the clothing. Let's see what Eurypterus thinks about the new job of, you know, thinking. After they're done storing stuff in stockpiles, I guess. Dwarves can't make those? Yes. I mean, you know this. You know how they. You know the saying, right? I want a girl with a short skirt and a long. I'm not sure. Beard? Where am I going with this? So I haven't listened to that song in a very, very, very long time. Wrong tool. When you've done most of it? I wonder if it's somebody that my mother listened to. Oh, well, apparently weasels do need to graze. Whoops. Dwarves can't make skirts, and the humans brought us a dwarf-sized skirt that we could wear. Oh, your new job at Eurypterus? Yeah, I've given you the position of scholar to do when you're not, you know, being a legendary clothes maker. So you're going to be doing scholarly thinking because you've wanted abstract thinking. Yeah, you're upset being away from family, and you didn't feel anything after being unable to pray to Shin. And you also want to practice. You want to do everything. You want to practice martial art. You want to think. You want to. Jesus, man. I think you're a busy dwarf, so you know what? We're gonna take you off of hauling. And so then you go clean. Well, I mean, if you want abstract thinking, go think. Hello, Bastet. How are you? Oh well, I'm all right. I'm you know, just kind of dealing with the day one day at a time. Pouring rain outside, it's lovely. Beautiful day in British Columbia. I've been periodically popping outside and checking the outdoors for, you know, slugs, snails, various other vermin that will go for my kale, which is finally resprouted. Never think. Okay, boss. Get the kids to do it? All right, boss. Somebody injured? Who are you giving water to? Oh. You're giving water to Jelly Butt. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Oh. Alrighty. Once again, they brought us disgusting stuff. Tree egg yolk. Ugh. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm just gonna give them food. You know, I'll bet you because Gistum attained such a high rank in society so early in life, in the early of the life of the world anyway, Stone, I'd be willing to bet that that dwarf is probably one of the oldest dwarves alive, right? Because they'd have more knowledge than most of the other dwarfs, yeah? So it would make sense that a dwarf that's very old would obtain that knowledge before most other dwarves, right? Also, thanks everybody for the follows. A couple of follows have come in today. Cheers, guys. Goes a long way. I do enjoy the streams. Yeah, I think my mom's just curious if she ever listened to him. My mom was certainly listening to the radio in the 60s. Towards the end of the 60s, but just a fascinating thing. I'm just glad the cassette deck got put to use. More than anything. The human! Feels pleasure after putting on truly splendid items. A little bit worried. What do you want to eat, human? Prefer to consume rice beer. Prefers to consume rice beer, barley, flour, and dates. I've never seen dates. Better install Tinder. Also, and as I always say, just a reminder, space open on that leaderboard. If you cheer one bit, you'll get the number 3 on the week badge. Which going white? She must have fought in the battles before time. Great wars. Or witnessed the wars of the gods. So this is just a weapons stockpile right now. Still needs to actually be finished up proper, but we're getting there. Now I realize I've kind of futzed this up a little bit, but that is acceptable. Going to fix it. Also, I'm going to put some holes in this stockpile. It's going to be for weapon racks specifically. Rack. Iron, sure, why not? Make 10 weapon racks out of iron. I love this soundtrack, but I hate the way it's mixed. It's like either super quiet or extremely fucking loud, and there's like no in between. Here come all of those menacing iron spikes. Really like that little tunnel that I just dug on the side here. Real nice. I'm a fan of it. Just a quick access point to all of our blocks and stuff up top. Biscuit Waffles is fighting. Oh, you beat up a Disco Waffles beat up a buzzard, and then says, "I cried on somebody in charge. That was not satisfying." I yelled at somebody in charge. That was not satisfying. I'm worried about Disco. Disco. Hang in there, you dumb Dwarf. Although, recently very happy. But on a truly splendid item, I feel some delight. All of the recent memories have been positive. Put on a truly splendid item, yelled at somebody in charge. Was satisfied crying on somebody in charge. Which is funny because in your brain you were saying that you're not satisfied, but... it's fine. Yeah, we'll put the diarrhea one in there, why not? Wrong thing. Also, King, how you doing? I'll have you know that your partner is not the happiest right now. You're totally fine, though, so it's all good. Also, B-Lug's been attacked by a buzzard, and he says, "The battle rages, I laugh in the face of death." I'm not sure where B-Lug is. Where is B-Lug? B-Lug, where are you at? There you are. He's storing the corpses in the stockpile. Hanging in there. How's forest fire smoke levels where you're at? I know they were pretty bad for a bit there, but we've had this wonderful thing recently called rain. Been pouring rain basically all day, and over the previous days it's also been raining a bunch. So that's been really nice. Like really, really nice. We'll put upstone doors. And we're gonna put upstairs down there. Not so bad, just fucking other people, I guess. Yeah. That's good. It's nice that people are kind of able to return back to whatever a sense of normal was before the fire started. You know? Like, the air quality here is still considerably worse than it was before the fires, but it's improved now. Breathable is more than I could say for the bit cut like that week there. Well, shit. Underrail is 50% off. Maybe I should buy that and actually put it onto the hot burner. Did I actually trade with these guys? No, I didn't. I did queue stuff up to be brought to them, but I didn't actually trade with them. I've been a little bit into doing the constructions off in the corner. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. You know what? We'll just offer those to you as a gift. Just take them. I mean, you have to draw thousands of things to actually get good at drawing, so. Put a downstair on the upper level. You know what? We'll get rid of the two of these. Dig a little walkway. Yeah, we'll do that. They can go from the upper level over there into there if they want to. How's our military doors doing? Although satisfied upon improving hammer. Lonely after being away from family, wants to acquire something. You acquired a hammer. Dude, come on. Masterwork hammer, made of silver. Ungrateful, silly dwarf. No, and it looks decent enough, or at least you think your art is? I mean, a perfectly good example is just like, look at the early stuff that Krug Smash uploaded, and look at the later stuff that he uploaded, right? Like, there is a split there where his art goes from, it's pretty good, to, oh my god, that's amazing. I think everybody kind of hits that tipping point eventually. Also, King, I'll have you know, you are a legendary weaponsmith. I think. Who spends most of his time making masterwork iron spikes. Let's actually see if that's true. Yep, legendary weaponsmith. I'm really hoping you'll go make an artifact at some point. That's actually worth talking about. Instead of just being like, oh, okay, some neat history there. You know? Also, I'm going to make the second floor of the weapons space be for ammunition and armor. First floor is going to be just for weapons. Keep doing the wrong number. This tier was the first time there was no bag, but they still brought us sand. This tier they brought us an anvil. I don't know. I like the idea of them bringing us baked goods. Not certain how I feel about them bringing us unbaked goods. My stream is quieter than other streamers? Yeah, I know. Kind of part of the design, actually. But all my audio settings are about the same as other streams. But I try and keep the general volume level down. Enjoy the lurks. Bye. Cheers, man. You gotta pump me up always? Yeah, I mean, I go for quality over volume. I could turn the volume up. But it would cause some artifacting and I'd have to stream at a lower audio quality. So I'd rather stream at higher audio quality. What the heck? Oh, it's a masterwork pig tallow roast got stolen. It's like, why has the masterwork been lost? Because somebody stole it. Yeah, I like the higher fidelity. Yeah, I realize that I've been aware for a while that my stream's a little bit quieter than the average stream. Wait, what? Oh no. We have a ghost. Who's panicking? Yep, okay, so they never buried the body. Did I not have coffins available? I swear that we did. Well, that one was just set as a tomb. Not for burial. Somebody come get it. An odd number of lungs. I don't know. I don't think about the actual, like, number of lungs. That's not really something that I comprehend too often, I'll be honest. Now we just need to wait. Come on, Dwarf. Anybody going to go place that item in a tomb? Anybody? I like that the ghost is just in this room alone, freaking out. Whoa. Background audio got a little loud. Like I said, the mix of this music is real bad. This poor ghost, just too insane to just... A moaning spirit returned from the dead. It will generally trouble one unfortunate at a time. Spirit has not been properly memorialized or buried. You know, I don't think I've ever actually looked at the description of a ghost. What are you talking about, Quatch? It's not you, though. This is hair, clearly. Quatch, please. Your body's been well dealt with several times. Very well memorialized. I was just trying to figure out the reason for panic. He's just that depressed. Maybe he's scared of the very menacing military dwarves we have. There we go. Animals on it. Although at least it's not a berserk ghost. Have you ever seen a berserk ghost? I've seen berserk ghosts. I'd rather have a depressed ghost than a berserk ghost. Because, like, a depressed ghost will just, like, do nothing much, right? Which is what that one is. A panicky ghost will just, like, run around and hide in walls and stuff. Whereas a berserk ghost will actually just straight up run around massacring dwarves, and I've had that happen. It's... Whew. Yeah, it's nice when they just sit inside of a wall. It's like, aw, thank you. No one can see you there. That's fine. You used to ignore ghosts? Really? Did you just not know how to deal with them? God, that must be a heavy dwarf animal. But, like, the ghosts cause your dwarves to have panic attacks. I don't believe in ghosts. You don't believe in Casper, the friendly ghost? How can you not believe in Casper? Like my childhood, man. It worked until you got the berserkers. Oh, then you got a berserk ghost and it just like fucking murdered a whole bunch of dwarves. I should carve a silver coin. Real education. Fair enough. Yeah. Casper the panicking ghost dwarf has risen. Eh. How much lead do I currently have? Seven. Okay. We need to smelt more. Or I'm gonna do anything with that. I miss the caverns chat room. I really do. Looking for the coins. I think I just saw the dwarf drop it off. There we go. This is the currency of Estenduber of the year 54. On the front of the coin is a massively designed image of Itep Veiled Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves. Itep Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Iteb to the position of queen of the Ignited Creation in year 1, who I think is still our queen. The coin's back is a superiorly designed image of Ezim, Wild Cloistered, the dwarf, and dwarves. Ezim, Wild Cloistered, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ezim to the position of king, year 5. That's what I've been working on, King. Poor Jelly. Chat, should we just let Jellybutt go? Or just let her stay in there? Because if we unchain her, which I could do, she just wander around until she starves to death. But keeping her in the prison cell keeps her alive. But I feel bad keeping her in the prison. Yes, both of the monarchs of our faction, yeah. Who seem to be obsessed with warring with the goblins. Down here. Every year. The army of Ezim Wild Cloistered marched on Spidery Desert. Add some reading material in this cell? Not a bad idea. You know, let's make her a bigger cell. How's this? Actually... The menace dubs of the Absolute's realm? I mean, you might not be too far off. Okay, it's not like you need a bed. Give you a silver bookcase. Locking the door is executing her, basically. Not something I really want to do, if I can avoid it. Library. The Mountainous Library, that's not what I'm going to call it. Citizens only. I don't think prison's an adjective. The imprisoned library, we'll do that. Maybe they'll bring some copies of books down here. Also, it's summertime now. Any re-signs without losing an occupant? I don't know. The main problem is she's served her sentence, but she's overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day livings. I don't know if she'll ever even come back. Wants to practice a skill. Wants to be merry. I don't know if she's even capable of doing anything because she's just running around babbling. Also, I need some writing material. First off, we should bind books. We should also make choir, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could, like, cave something in on her head. That would be execution, but... I don't know if I necessarily want to do that. No. Also, how's Hobo doing? It's holding his stress down, just letting him train all the time, but he's still stressed. He won't actually panic or anything, which is good. Let's get the kitchens up and running. Now that they've had some time to work on those blocks, we can actually work on the second level of this. Now we can go construct all these. That's all that we need. And we just need to do the walls. Would what be a deadly drop? Although oddly enough, with Menace dubs, even on the overworld map, I never really see anybody actively invading it. It's always been interesting. But with this one, it's always actively being invaded. Which I think is kind of neat. That be the little, oh, from the little bridge? No, it's 1Z level. No, they could jump that and be fine. I mean, maybe if you fell and landed on your head, I could see them, like, damaging something and maybe needing to go to the hospital, but that's not a deadly drop. Why do you ask? It's gonna get, walls put up anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Or rather, I could do this way. This would be easier. One Z level generally isn't a deadly drop. It's like when you're talking about more than 1Z level, okay, at that point you kind of start looking at danger territory, but nah, not even close. Like, there are plenty of deadly drops in this fort, and that ain't one of them. That is not one of them. The royal treasure from the humans have arrived. Where's it? Please, somewhere. Good to see you, royal treasure. I like that the royal treasure always brings an instrument. Kimberlite Lular. For the human's description, his hair is extremely long, he is skinny, he is very short, and his somewhat narrow tall ears are splayed out. His brass eyes are protruding, and his nose is slightly hooked. His hair is gray mixed with white, and his skin is sandy taupe. Fascinating. Gonna go have a meeting, are we, royal treasurer? We can sell all of the nice mugs. I have these iron goblets as well as these brass goblets, which I'd like to keep, but I really don't need these mugs. Like, I get it, they're nice enough, but like, and maybe some sentimental value, but do we really need all of these nice mugs? I mean, look at them. Kind of piling up, frankly. Sell them a couple of the brass goblets, but the brass goblets actually have some value. We'll bring all of the crafts. They're nice enough, yeah. Desil says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild and the humans, let me extend my greetings to your people. I trust the tribute arrived on time. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metals. All of the metals. That's it. We have finalized the import agreement, dwarves. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. Finalize the export agreement. Once again, dwarves, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell. To you and your stout dwarves. Why can't I have a Merchants Guild? What if I want a Merchants Guild? Not a protection racket, okay? It's a perfectly legal, legitimate business of us saying, give us all of some stuff. Give us some stuff once a year or we will set you on fire. Perfectly legal business in this world. Not illegal. Not breaking any laws. In fact, we're being nice. We didn't just kill them in the first place, frankly. There is nothing immoral or wrong about offering legitimate protection services in exchange for your stuff. It's only illegal if there's laws that says it's so. No, and actually, I'm going to put ammunition down here, too. Zen. Why haven't you started working on those weapon racks yet? Hey, War Merchant. How we doing today? It's been kind of chill, kind of lurky, kind of quiet today. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. And thank you much for taking the time to stop by. So for laugh, you took a look at the DF tile sets out there? Did you stumble upon Space Fox? Obsidian does kind of look like a SNES RPG. There's a few actually that kind of look like SNES RPGs. But that's part of why they're so appealing, in my opinion. Part of the fun, frankly. At least I personally think it's part of the fun. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-dum. Bum, ba-da-da-dum. Good news, everybody! Very, very, very good news. Dragon Man has given birth to a boy. As death comes, so does life. Does anybody want to join the fortress? If so, raise your hand. I prefer to have somebody who's never been in the fort before. But of course, we're open. Narvicious. Welcome to the fort. Just the first one I saw, Chan. I know it's like heavy competition on this fort. Kind of sucks. I really wish everybody could just have a dwarf. Wish I could name like cats or something. He is a citizen of the Ignited Creation and a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. A dubious worshipper of Shin, Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshipper of Shin, Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshipper of Shin, Russet Amber, the Red... You worship the same god 3 times? Okay. You have a lot of aunts and uncles. So, I think, actually... Yo, dude, you're the first second generation in the fortress. Yeah, Dragon Man is 32. And Wave Thrash... Dude, that's way too fucking cool. So Wave Thrash's parents were Lump and Axon. And Dragon Man's mother and father were Cassie and Euthris. So that's fucking cool. First, second generation in the fortress. That's actually really awesome. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He says, ma ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. He likes bismuth bronze, fire opal, giant moose leather, hemp fabric, and the color Carillion. Cubes and crossbows and high boots and beds and buckets. And goats for their eating habits, and when possible prefers to consume salmon and custard apple cider, and absolutely hates large roaches. Has an amazing memory. Personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Dreams of mastering a skill. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect and martial prowess. He tends to be passive in discussions and could be considered rude. Often acts with compassion and tends to consider what others think of him. He has a calm demeanor and is surprised when has a calm demeanor when he's surprised. He has a very unique laugh, and he starts to whisper when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, that's kind of awesome. But yeah, no, there's a lot of really funky looking tile sets out there. But like, it's just kind of the way the game is designed. You know, the game is tile-based. It's really difficult to make a tile-based game not look like a tile-based game. And a tile-based game is just going to look like other tile-based games that we know, which in a lot of cases are rather on the older side. It's just, it is what it is. You're not even mad. I don't know what a very unique laugh would be. I would think like awkwardly high-pitched based on his voice or something. Oh, it's windy outside. So very sad story, chat. There was a bunch of mushrooms that sprung up in one of my plant pots outside. And obviously I'm not going to eat them. I know that they are do not the mushroom situation. Like it's bad. You do not eat mushrooms that grow randomly in your garden. But they were still kind of neat to look at. And I was kind of enjoying watching them grow. Been pouring fucking rain and windy as hell all day today. And they're all flat and destroyed and in tiny little pieces. And it makes me kind of sad. All right, we'll trade. Stefan says, wonderful. Thank you very much for your business. Thank you, humans. The rest will all be gifts. Yeah, I mean, I think the big problem right now is with the Steam version, a lot of people are very much expecting animations. Lots of animations. I don't think they're ever going to get that. Because I don't think it's possible in the game's engine. Game was never designed with animations in mind, and I will be shocked if there is any animations, even like animated buttons in the Steam version. But more gamey tile sets are nice. Are you interested in the Steam version at all? Because like I understand why some people will just never play Dwarf Fortress. Dragon Warrior? Like Gauntlet. That's what honestly what a lot of ASCII games remind me of is like games like Gauntlet. Or like that other game that I've been playing on stream a little bit. Lost Flame. It's not animated, it's still moving from tile to tile. The water doesn't move in individual tiles, right? Of course, water moves. It's going to be moving, but as far as I can tell, it's just, even in like the footage that they've shown, it's still just moving from tile to tile the way it does right now. This isn't animated, right? It's still just like one tilde that moves from spot to spot. And as it moves, the tile will change, but that's not really animated. It's still just tildes moving, right? It's no different from like this dwarf flickering and moving, right? It's several different tiles and it's alternating between the tiles as it moves to give it the appearance of motion, right? And that's all that the Steam version will have from what I can tell. But I highly doubt they'll be adding in more frames of animation for things like combat, right? No, but you'll probably try Caves of Cud one day. Gotcha. Maybe wait for Caves of Cud 1.0 if you're waiting to try it one day, because they are doing that new UX, which I think is going to be easier for newbies, but much harder for me, so I hope they leave the old one in. Yeah, but there isn't going to be, like, idle animations, if that makes sense. Like, yes, that is the definition of animation, but that's not what some people are asking for. Dwarf Fortress is always going to be about as animated as a board game, I think. Who's conducting a meeting? I need you to go trade again. Who's complaining? Oh, it's Disco Waffles. How upsetting. Wait, really? Hasbro bought the rights to Heroes Quest from Games Workshop? That seems surprising, actually. Hey, that's enough trading, guys. Come on. Audio's been in a bad mood for a little bit. Not a particularly bad mood, but bad enough that it's like, somewhat concerning. So a couple of years ago, I worked on a YouTube channel with a group of people. YouTube channel kind of eventually petered off into nothing, but I finally passed that YouTube channel's number of subscribers on my YouTube channel. It feels so fucking good. Went on to become Warhammer Quest. Yeah, I'm familiar with Warhammer Quest. Where the heck is ammunition in here? Oh, there it is. Watching all these bits and pieces go up top to construct this little building here. Go ahead. You're more than welcome to link pictures. As I always say, there really isn't any rules about posting links here. Just don't post links to things that break terms of service. Hey, Freeways, how you doing? Yeah, I couldn't see myself ever playing Hero Quest outside of something like Tabletop Simulator. I just wish that more developers would, or not developers, but like game board manufacturers would go make or license the rights to make official virtual versions for tabletop sim, so that it wasn't just like tabletop game piracy sim. Because I would totally pay like $5 for the DLC, maybe even 10 for the DLC to be able to legally play those things that I would just play in the workshop for free. I'd feel much better about it. I don't really care about games like Uno, you know, or Snakes and Ladders because they're pretty generic. But like more complicated games, it starts to get weird. If it's something like Carcassonne or something that I already own, I wouldn't feel bad about that, but the only time that that's really a problem, Stone, is if it's somebody I don't know. Like, if you've never been to my stream before and the first thing you post is a link, I'm probably just going to bop it because I don't know you. But Ara's been around this stream for a long time. So there's no issue there. I know Ara. But you know what I mean? Like, I love Tabletop Simulator. It's such a neat thing, and I've played tabletop sim games on and off with people for years. But I've never really gotten hyper heavily into it. You go squish when you poke me? Why are you squishy when people poke you? $3,009 points left for 100K. It's a lot of points. It would be much easier for you to simply just give me points towards a day off. And thanks, War Merchant. Cheers, dude. One day you'll be free. One day you'll have proved that you used to be rich. What are we building? I'm building a little construction for storage. Because it's more fun than digging a hole for storage. And the bottom floor has ammo and weapons. And the upper floor is going to have armor. Which means I need to put some armor stands in here. Because I need charcoal. Because you see all the clothing out here? All this stuff? This is... Well, there's some clothing in there, but it's mostly armor. It'd be a great place for the children to play. You were totally correct, yeah. And they'll learn their way around swords by throwing each other at swords that are lying on the ground because dwarves don't use weapon racks and armor racks. It's actually a feature I'd love of DF. I really wish they actually use weapon racks and armor racks. Really, really wish they did. But how was the meeting, Folkofir? Excuse me? Jackie has created a masterpiece, Sperm Whale Spleen roast. I wonder how big a sperm whale spleen is. Spleen is. Because I'd be willing to bet that there's a lot of that. Prepared sperm whale spleen roast. They have 14? How? What did you Google to find this article? Did you just type in, like, how big is a sperm whale spleen or something? Had extra spleens? What? So in the TV show on Amazon Prime, which you may have access to if you have Amazon Prime, The Boys has a superhero in it named the Deep who can, like, control sea creatures. And long story short, there's a scene in the show where, slight spoilers, I guess, he beaches a whale to, like, stop a boat. And the speedboat just accelerates and just goes boom right into the gut of the whale and completely impales the whale. And all the main characters wake up just inside of this whale with the heart still beating, and the superhero of the Deep just, like, on top of the whale, just, like, crying. He's like, no, Susie! Fucking stupid show. All right, did they cancel that? No, they didn't. Let's do the corners of this. I'll bet you the Wikipedia, there might be a Wikipedia page for sperm whale spleens. Enjoy that weird bit of the internet that you're probably going to end up in a few minutes. I mean, I guess we could ask Tarn. What, the whole sperm whale or the whale thing? Boat smashing into the side of a whale? You don't want to think about? I mean, I don't blame you. I also don't want to. Doesn't stop me sometimes. So, remember how I asked a certain Tarn on the topic of that, if he'd be interested in coming on the stream again and doing another interview? He sent me a DM on Twitter earlier today saying, yep. So hopefully we can set something up again. Do another one of those hangouts with everybody's favorite Dwarf Master. Yay! Means I need to source questions again. Yeah, no, brain, don't think about that, Stone. That's bad. Brain, don't think about that. I agree with Stone's brain. Don't think about that. Many things don't need to be thought about. And whale penis is one of those things that doesn't need to be thought about. Another thing that doesn't need to be thought about is duck penises, which are possibly the most terrifying. Ducks are terrifying creatures. fix them. I kind of love the way this construction looks, right? Like, this is mostly just, like, carved out mudstone, right? And there's, like, a little pig pasture down there. And then there's this tiny little diorite little brick building that is just housing all of these corpses. And then occasionally we just come over here and pull the sleeper. It's terrifying. I've seen that episode of Black Mirror, Zapdos. What, season 4 of Black Mirror, episode 1, I think? It's the one where they pretend to be Star Trek. Which is like the best parody of Star Trek I think I've ever seen. Whoa, frame rate just went bye-bye. It's back now. That was weird. How's baby Narvicious doing? Annoyed when caught in the rain. Sounds about right. Flat. You'll never look at a mallard the same way again. Could not agree more. It's like ducks and dolphins. Both extremely fucked up animals. Also, there's Kias everywhere. Kias, also extremely fucked up animals. Beelug is fighting with a Kia. The scholar attacks the Kia, but he jumps away. And Beelug screams, "I laugh in the face of death." The Kia misses the scholar, and then the scholar grabs the Kia by the right upper leg with his left upper arm. The Kia is unable to break the grip of the scholar's left upper arm on the Kia's right upper leg. The scholar punches the Kia in the right lower leg with his right hand, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the force bends the right knee, tearing apart the muscle and denting the bone. And tearing apart the muscle and denting the bone. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has also been torn. I'm not sure what that is, but I don't know if I need to know why they're horrible. Well, it's not like animals have morals. Come on. Now, let's be real here. Chat, does anybody know if the Mountain Home will ever offer royalty to a fortress a second time? Because we were a barony, and our baron died, and that ended the line. And I would like to get another baron, because it would be fun. But we don't have another baron. So does anybody know? Also, there's a Kia in there. There shouldn't be a Kia in there. Can we please kill that Kia? Dispatch of it quickly, please. And the other Kia. Both would be nice. There's 3 Kias in there. Kill 1 and 2. No, it's not even remotely random. Perfectly predictable. No, I'm talking about them offering you royalty, which is super different than dwarves just arriving as well. Waythrash says, I put on a well-crafted item. I am not contented. I cannot stand by. There is no need to feel vengeful. Audio is very terrified and vengeful in the military. Lanfutra is terrified when entering conflict. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. I need to use the toilet. I will be right back. Return. And no, you'll never get a new Baron. Feels bad, man. It's kind of what I figured. Unless this hold becomes the new capital. I know that the king can just decide to move in. But I'd need a lot more dwarves to do that. If we increase the population a bit, I could get to the point where we have, if we increase the population a bit, we could get to the point where we could have a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a mayor, that sort of stuff. But basically, we would need our capital, which is this fortress, to be taken over. Trumpet Stroke. The thing about Trumpet Stroke, though, is there's only 30 dwarves there, and they are constantly at war. Who knows? Who knows? And those humans are expanding quick over here. You're gonna go make dinner? They're reviewing the medical whale journals and books. The best you can come up with 130,000 pounds. It's had about 15 and 13 pound spleens. Holy tits. That's a heavy spleen. That's a lot of spleen. And those Kias are gonna die real quick. Hey, look, our goblin crossbowman friend is back. And he will appoint a new baron automatically if none is present. Interesting. Yeah. Because I could see that happening. I mean, I can't really do anything to incentivize that. We just have to wait if that happens. There's, of course, also the option... there's, of course, also the option of somebody dying and causing that person to become, or somebody else, some relative of royalty. And I know for fact we have relatives of the king in the fortress. Yep, all of our visitors. We have Mistum, we have Ken. I wonder if anybody knows Ken. I don't know. Hey, Squug. How's things? Depends on how much material I have, but you need... I won't... It depends on how good my chef is and how much material I have, but generally I just make the best quality. Yeah. Sometimes I'll make a bunch of easy meals because they're faster to produce just to train the chef up, but I don't know. I don't ever see a reason to not just make the nicest quality meals. Hey, Adria. How are you doing today? Funny, this one person comments on the most recent video saying that, no, Kia stole a menacing iron spike. How dare they? Basically saying, be honest, you'll never use the old UX for Dwarf Fortress again once the new one is in. And I'm sitting here going, I'll probably still use the old UX for Dwarf Fortress on occasion. And if I have the option to use the old UX with the new UI, probably would do it. Gonna be totally honest. Probably would. New graphics plus old UI. They're building defenses, Stone. They're going to kill us all. I'm doing my best to be honest, you squug. Speaking of honest, squug, your dwarf doing happy. Wait, hold on a second. Did that say what I thought it said? I thought that said Dwarven Blood Barrel. It said Durian Blood Barrel. How many do I keep on hand? Probably way too fucking much. I'm not totally sure. Food's one of the things I don't really care about because it just kind of gets put into a stockpile and left and doesn't matter as much if it piles up. Because dwarves don't eat very much at all. Most people have way too much food. Looking for interesting items. A couple crutches from them, especially that fungi wood crutch that's encrusted with gems. Except that one weirdo. A lot of creatures in Dwarf Fortress, though. Just like slugs. Can I make rock boxes? Okay, now I can make rock nest boxes. Hey, I know you can make glass boxes, but I wasn't sure if you can make rock boxes. Yeah, no, I think ideally for me in UI, with the Steam version, I think the perfect kind of medium would be to be able to switch between the new and the old UX a flick of a button. Like if you just hit like, I don't know, F11 and it just goes to the old one. That's a bad hotkey because that would make it full screen. But you know what I'm trying to say. Like Control F2 or something. To swap between UIs. Because I personally would really like to use the new graphics with the old UI. Because, I don't know about you guys, but I can tell you right now, using the mouse to clicky all those buttons, even with the hotkeys, so much fucking slow. Like, having to click a button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click a button is always going to be slower than just going, you know. We'll see. Because currently my assumption is I will certainly still use the old UI. Did we ever talked to Mistum? Where's Mistum? Hanging out with a goblin. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about coffers. I'm talking about bins. Bins and coffers are two different things. But they're called boxes, I think. Maybe boxes are chests. I know that you can make glass bins, I think. Yeah, maybe those are chests. I don't know. It's been a while since I messed with glass heavily. I think you can? Maybe I'm just fucking making this up. I swear you could. Okay, so how come the vomit is like accelerating and nobody is cleaning it up? I need a dwarf to be a dedicated mopper. Like literally one job and that job's gonna be clean. I too have made tin bins. I've also made zinc bins, gold bins, silver bins. Iron bins. Metal bins. Human! What's the upper age limit of humans? Because this human is 78. 70 fucking 8, man. Ray Langer has reverted to a wild state. Why have we not eaten you yet? I thought that I set you to be slaughtered. $80 to $120? Wow, humans are longer lived than I thought. Okay, so like, human is getting old. For some reason, I thought humans were like 60 to 90. That seems more realistic, I guess, but 120 is pretty old. I love getting PR emails about iPad games. Cool. Thanks, PR company that sends me emails a lot of the time. Well, I mean, it's in these companies' defense, it's not like they, you know, do any research into the people that they send emails to. You sign up for their email lists and they just send you emails for what they have, right? Which is the case for most of these companies. Tripe? I've had tripe in soup before. Quite tasty, actually. Oh shit, Pilot became a weaponsmith. Did Pilot grow up? How old is Pilot? 12 years old. Pilot became a weaponsmith. Got another dwarf growing up finally. He's always sad and dejected. Very quick to anger. Does not easily fall in love. Rarely develops positive feelings. Very humble. Tends to avoid physical confrontations. Tries to keep things orderly. Not particularly interested in what others think of him. Often acts with compassion. Has the tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. I thought you don't often feel positive feelings. Okay. You grew up. You're 12. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. You like native gold, sterling silver, and moss, and ogate and giant narwhal leather. Relatively happy bat. Little dwarf. You killed a keel once? Yeah, it means that I can make you work. Already a weaponsmith, which is good. Hey, picture point. How's things? I'll get to work. Yeah, happy birthday. Now go do job. You grown-ass adult. Not chilling with the host. What? But you're about to go for a run? Why are you dreading the run? I think after all of these jobs are done, we should just let the dwarves have a break for a bit. It's got a lot of jobs to do. Working iron bins, making charcoal, preparing those lavish meals, making those coffers. All those rock jobs are about to be done. It's good to see you. If you guys don't watch Picture Point, Picture Point does the streaming occasionally. Streams Dwarf Fortress and Tekken, of all goddamn things. This is a fish tank. How goes the fort? I mean, it's rolling. Rolling steadily. We're on year 54, so year 49 of Le Fort. We had a very wonderful event happen. Nervicius, the dwarven baby, was born. Now, this dwarf is exciting because his mother and father were both born in this fortress. So literally is related to everybody in the fortress, which is kind of awesome. Yep. Including grandparents. And grandparents. Which is kind of awesome. Which means in theory, assuming everybody in this dwarf's family don't die, this dwarf won't have any problems seeing family members, you know? So no upset about family. So this is our second generation. Well, yeah, I guess technically third gen. There's kangaroos having panic attacks everywhere. Please don't scare them into the fort. Thank you. We have a population cap? Of course, yeah. Where our population cap is 50. Well, the hard cap is 50, but the population cap is 40. 40? Yeah, 40. So we will get 40 immigrants just naturally. And then I can have up to 50 with children. Means they need to bone more. But I have high hopes for my new couples. How is Mistum's lover? Lump? Well, Lump has a splendid office, as well as fine quarters and a decent dining room, a servant's burial chamber, and 2 chests and 2 cabinets. Owns 75 items, has killed a bunch of animals, and is blissful remembering sleeping in a great bedroom. Exasperated dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Is frustrated after being unable to practice martial art for too long. Seems to be pretty happy. Very complicated dwarf. 98 years old. His hair is mixed with gray. He was married to Axon, who unfortunately passed away a number of years now ago. Friends with basically everybody in the fortress. Is close friends with the local royal treasurer. And kindred spirits with the human craftsman who lives in our fortress. Probably misses his children who passed away very dearly, but is very proud of Audio, Wave Thrash, and Jack Nurik. Because time passes at a different speed in Dwarf Fortress than it does in real life. A day is about 30 days, right? Now, if you take that into consideration, imagine spending, I don't know, 3 years outside in the rain? Would you be whiny? You can go outside to pick up your dead relative. Yeah, that too. Also, dwarves are a lot smaller. Also, you guys are confused. Here's the thing, right? You guys are confusing dwarves with gnomes. Dwarves aren't strictly underground creatures, right? But they only grumble mildly at crappy weather. But the longer they spend underground... I'm watching a spider respin its web. Or getting blown around by the wind. If you're a semi-underground dwelling creature and you live underground a whole lot, you'd stop being used to the sun, and then suddenly you have to go outside in a rainstorm. It's gonna suck. You know? Also, those raindrops are a lot bigger for a dwarf than they are for a person. I'm literally digging up here to get that buzzard dead body. Like, I think I'm a little bit too understanding about dwarves. But dwarven mental health is a passion of mine, and I like to see my dwarves be happy. David the Gnome was totally an outdoor... Gnomes and... But, you know, little known fact, Dwarf Fortress has gnomes in it. Good luck finding them. But there are gnomes in Dwarf Fortress. The spider? No, I'm not going to evict the spider. This spider is actually great. This spider has been spinning webs on my sliding glass door, but not on the sliding part, on the other side. So he covers the whole sliding glass door with a web. Like literally the whole web, or she, I guess. The whole sliding glass door with the web. And it's incredibly helpful. It's actually kind of nice. Because I don't bump into it at all. And it doesn't get in my way, and... yeah, it's been very helpful. I like it when they do that. I don't like it when they spin webs on the other side because I like to use my porch. I don't understand the question, Songwind. You know, we're going to... Oops, that's the wrong button. Put a gem window in there. Ba-da-dum-bum. From some sort of cavern. They probably evolved from some form of troglodyte. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea. I wonder if that's even an item you can get in Fortress mode. Because I don't know. Hey, screw it. What's up? You're still our expedition leader. How are things today? Chad, how's things? Things with you? I say things are pretty good, frankly. Bunch of seeds in there. Thanks, Laura. AKA listen to bitching. Or talk to an outpost liaison. Which I don't think we actually talked to the outpost liaison this year. Late autumn, we're about to hit winter. We're gonna come crashing into your 50 pretty soon. You know, I think that I've been thinking about this since yesterday actually, but I think Dwarf Fortress is accidentally an allegory for overconsumption. If you overproduce everything and make too much of everything and don't be mindful about your overuse of resources, you get attacked by elves and your frame rate dies because you've made too much shit. The pink ones? These guys? Yeah, they're rose gold thrones. They're for my captain of the guard, Astro, who is partial to rose gold. What do you mean it's the intro cutscene? About efficient waste disposal? Sure. It's the opposite of Factorio. Irradiate the planet. Murder the locals. The factory must grow. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, you know, that's actually something that I always chuckle about is how many people comment about spoilers in Dwarf Fortress, and it's like, but like, the spoiler is in the intro video. What? Okay, hey, fuck this planet. With a factory. You know, I'm kind of tempted to just build, like, a really, 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 really big dome over top of this whole thing. Make it all go up. Fuck this planet 3D. Actually, Satisfactory, I don't know when you last played it, but I have this weird feeling about the story mode for that game that they're just going to be like, fuck this planet. Also, you fucked this planet. It's your fault. You killed all the animals. Ah! Just from the few little bits that I found from the very early access version of it that I played. Why would you do that? Kind of thing, you know? How many dwarves would I lose building that? Probably none. It's deconstructing things that I lose dwarves. Building things, eh. Building things is fine. Deconstructing things is what loses dwarves. Damn it, mobile. Always blaming the phone. It's okay, I do that too. Yeah, elves could just climb into the fort if they decided to attack us. Yeah, moats are fucking dangerous. Don't build moats. That's just asking for your dwarves to die. Building walls is very safe, though. Unless something like goes and knocks them off the wall. Only if I make a dome out of glass. I mean, we have sand. To hack down a lot of trees, though. I'm still trying to... Once I run out of metals, we'll start doing stuff with class, I think. Also, massive thank you to everybody who's watching the stream. You know, there's 87 people watching the stream today. 234 subscribers holding strong. 12,811 followers. 1.1 million views, which I can't brag about anymore because it's not public on the channel, which makes me sad. To dwarf the likes of any dwarf creation. The dwarf, like no dwarf, had dwarfed before. Ponder migratory patterns? Also keep an eye out because I've gotten the okay go from everybody's favorite dwarf master himself, stating that he's interested in coming on the stream again. So if you have things that you would like to ask a certain Tarn Adams regarding Dwarf Fortress, think about it because I'm gonna need to source some questions soon. Any mention to the scale? There is. It's in the wiki. I don't know it offhand. But there is, like, canonical scaling in this game. And Laura, I hope you're doing well. Definitely the other guy. Yeah, I wouldn't have the Dwarf Tarn Adams on my stream. That would be ridiculous. Where the hell are you going? Oh, are you going all... Oh my god, I know what you're doing. Hey man, dishes are important. Wow. He's running laps around the outside of the wall. Yeah, right? It's got to stay fit somehow in this damn fortress. Glutes of a god. Most of my dwarves are strong as hell. And the reason they're all strong as hell isn't because they've been in the military. It's because I had them literally all hauling boulders for the better part of, I don't know, 30 years. So, because of all of the boulder hauling most of the adults in this fortress have done, they're all real buff. Ah, come on, it would just be dwarf it. No second F, that's too hard. The legendary glute dwarf. His power's unimaginable! Also, there's more iron here that's been bothering me. I should really just mine it out, shouldn't I? Well, that's not the tool I thought I had. Make a garbage dump out of a zone. So hit I. Make a zone. Set it to garbage dump, which is G. Then in my case, delete the zone. Then hit D, B, D, and then select the things you want to dump. And they will just move all the boulders. Because I have absolutely no desire to use the walls as defenses. So why would I make fortifications if I have no desires to use the walls as defenses? I just want the walls to be unclimbable. If things try and fight me, then we will fight them in the fight tunnel, where we have the advantage. Instead of up on the walls, where the dwarves will shoot a bunch of somethings at them, and then run out of ammunition, and then vault out through them, and go splat on the outside, break their ankles, and then get stabbed to death. Although I think it would be fun to build a corner tower, even if it's just for aesthetics. So maybe we should do that. Yes, the dwarven projectile tactic, where the dwarves use themselves as a projectile when they run out of projectiles. Mantis, what's up? Good to see you. And here come the blocks. Azurus McChurchills. We fight in them burrows, and we will fight them in the muddy, murdery, stabby tunnels, and we will never surrender. You know, honestly, Churchill has some of the best quotes of all time. Straight up. Some of the best quotes of all time. Wouldn't that Ich bin ein Jurist? Although dwarves don't really have a name for like small pastry. You know, like they don't really have like, so saying Ich bin ein Berliner would just be silly. Mister, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Once again, my memory seems to be failing me, says Mister. For it took us, like, what, months to remember to talk to you? What requests do you have of our merchants? Actually, you know, probably the reason it took me so long probably was spending time with their lover lump, I would assume. I am Dwarf Donut, yes. I am Dwarf Nut. Hi, Dwarf Nut. I'm streamer. You've finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the document. The documents. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft store. Finalize the export agreement. I look forward to our meeting next year. Tell Lump I said goodbye. I can't really do lady voices. Tell Lump I said goodbye. It doesn't work. Nope. Never doing that again. I ain't no voice actor. Busy with some diplomacy with a friend of hers. Yes. Wouldn't it be... I wonder if it's possible for a dwarf to have a child with a visitor. Import, export agreement. Yes. Yes, indeed. Man, now I'm like genuinely curious about that. I'd love to know. I'm assuming not, but like I have had like traders stay so long that their animals start breeding. Okay, why haven't you made those fucking weapon rack? Have I? Actually, hold on a second. Huh. Hey, where, Ducky? Excuse me, Tarn. Why, can dwarves have children with visitors, and why not? Although I see, probably my favorite like dumb question from the last time we had Tarn on was, if you were to rewrite Dwarf Fortress in another language, what would it be and why would it be Python? Also, are you hiring? Was I think my favorite like joke was user who asked that one. Also, welcome back, Where Ducky. I was wondering this last night, but is it possible to have a wereduck? I don't think I've ever seen a werebird. Oh, the image? Yeah, it's right here. Picture point. I think. If that's what you're talking about. That's Stone Drew. Why would it be Flash? You know, that being said, I would love to see somebody make, like, a Dwarf Fortress web game spin-off. Like, try to make, like, a Dwarf Fortress clone running in Flash. Pascal all the way. It'd probably be some iteration of C. But, like, just running on multi-core instead of single-core. Like, if Tarn were to rewrite the whole game, I would say the only thing I would want him to change would be write it in multi-core instead of single-core. But even then, like, it works just fine in single-core. Of course, it would work better if we had multi-core, but... There we go. I now have a fire. Well, it looks like a fire. But this is a gem window, which is blocking the way in. So hopefully those buzzards won't fly in and harass my traders anymore. And traders' little depot goes all the way up to there. It's lovely. Hey, Formal. Going good. How's the rest of your stream after I went and passed the fuck out? It was kind of funny, right, when I popped into Formal's stream last night, because, like, I feel like every single person who streams Dwarf Fortress tuned in at exactly the same time, and it was just like a, oh, hey, person, hey, person, hey, person, hey, person, hey, blind. Everybody just, like, piled in at the same time. It's funny when that happens. No werebirds? That's what I thought. Although, I'll bet you could have a were-platypus. You have a were-platypus? Civet? I mean, I'd have to look up what a civet is. I'm gonna be honest, were-lorises scare the crap out of me. I mean, I googled it, and this is what I got. Looks kind of like a skinny cat raccoon. It's kind of cute. Yeah, it's literally a skinny cat raccoon. I'm pretty sure that this is already like a... like some sort of multi-creature. Never even heard of this. Oh, there's a dead one. These are cool looking. Aww! See, they're the size of a fucking cat! Huh. Poop coffee cat? What? No, we're a platypus. God damn it. All right, so I guess all my weaponsmiths just, like, decided to stop being weaponsmiths at, like, exactly the same time. Not entirely sure why. Now you will know why you fear the... Oh, God, this isn't how the game works. Adorable fluff of death? It actually loads. Come on. This isn't real. This is just a fucking skinny ferret, okay? This is just a ferret. That's all that is. It's just a ferret. Actually, these are way cuter than ferrets. Yep, way cuter than ferrets. Wait, what? Police investigate 7 million pound stoat call? What? They're apex predators? I mean, so are ferrets. Have you ever seen a ferret? Evil little fuckers. Huh. Cute little fluff balls of death, I believe it. Oh, I've heard of that. Okay, I understand what you're talking about now. There's several coffees that are made by partly digested beans. Isn't there a coffee that's also made by partly digested beans that were digested by monkeys? Then they poop out the beans, and then they make the beans into coffee? Called the Dance of the Death? Dance of Death? I mean, my independent rave group is called Dance of Death. Not to be confused with the really shitty synthwave group called Dance with the Dead. Sorry. I have a personal vendetta against Dance with the Dead. Shout out to Ageless. Aegis the Legless. We have many a crutch. He chooses not to use them. Does Maiden have a song called Dance Death? Dance of Death song. It's an album. Oh. Yeah, it's an Iron Maiden album. Didn't sell very well. Came out in 2003. It's part of the Dark Times. I mean, I fear were-kangaroos, man. And were-elephants. And were-mammoths. He crawls, yeah. He doesn't really have wounds. Not Astro. All right. Where did you go, Aegis? I mean, all of his wounds are healed. His lower body bears the marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. Ability to stand lost. But yeah, he's never picked up any crutches. He's 38 years old, was born in the fortress. He's a younger sister named Pablo, who is alive and well. Screw is his mother, and Aqua was his father before Aqua passed away. And he's been pretty hopeless recently, but around all right. Still managed to kill Cassiopeia in a blind rage due to stresses placed on him. Have a safe run. Don't trip. Yeah, he got, I'm not entirely certain, like, how he lost the ability to stand. I want to say it was during the mass beating of everybody in the fortress. But he's been up and he's been about doing okay ever since. About as well as we could hope, I guess. I miss running. I've talked about this before, but... I mean, shout out to this dwarf. He's carrying a boulder while crawling to make blocks. Like, all things considered, dwarf's doing pretty good. Cheers, Phineas. Does he have legs? I mean, there's actually a way to check. I mean, he's lost his ability to stand. His lower body bears massive jagged scars. I don't see anything about legs being gone. His lower body is brown. Yeah, he's got legs. His left knee is bad. His lower spine is bad. I think he's just paralyzed. We need to get him like a wheelbarrow or something to roll around in. I mean, this dwarf is super tough, right? Also a legendary observer and grandmaster at discipline. Proficient dodger, but very rusty. Skilled mason. Is a dabbling tanner. Proficient expert weaver. Proficient clother. And dabbling thresher, cook, and milker. Accomplished grower. albeit rusty. Novice furnace operator. Been a while. Legendary stone crafter and a competent metal crafter. Dabbling glassmaker. Dabbling armor user. And a talented wrestler. They've got the boulder on their legs. I would imagine this dwarf would have some form of strapping. They'd strap it to their back and then do the crawling thing. Let's see if I make some really nice crutches if this dwarf will grab them. So I'm not sure why these jobs are getting aren't getting done, so I'm gonna just cancel them. I mean, it's not like beards are a set of thumbs. Have you ever tried to pick something up with your beards? I'm totally down with they use their beards for fishing thing. It's like, well, obviously they lean over and dip their beard in the water and use like a net, but like outside of that, I kind of have a hard time believing it. Stone, get ready. We've got an annual tribute from Basti Jismuk. The humans. Moving fast. It's light this time. A different merchant again. All right, let's see what they gave us for tribute. Spring year 55. By the way, we're 50 years into the fortress now. 50 years. 1 sheepwool yarn, 1 iron crossbow, and 1 alpaca wool bag. I'd say probably every single one of these items is useful. So this is easily the most useful one they've given us. Least number of items. It must be a valuable crossbow. Because they're giving me the finger. I don't know about that. I could I could go after other settlements and potentially demand more. Although I don't know if I'd push my luck with that faction again. I could go after the other humans. At least they're not bringing us barrels of blood. Gremlin tears. Barrels of bug reports, as I like to say sometimes. Where are the wagons filled with coals? God only knows. I mean, we have all the gold currently. Constructing brass crutches. Let's see if Aegis would go and use those crutches. Actually, Aegis, what's your favorite material? You like porcelain and billen. Billen? Probably do. I do. Plenty. Hey, billen crutches. The sheriff is hunting. Why would you look at that? With barrels of blood as tribute. Last I checked, we're dwarves and not Mayans, but Mayan Fortress is a very different video game. Are you keeping this all in a spreadsheet? How are you taking notes of this? You know, I'm kind of tempted to give this dwarf a bedroom that's like closer to the rock crafting areas. Kind of feel bad that he has to go so far. Granted, he did murder our broker and one of our prized dwarves, one of our nicest dwarves, in fact, Cassie, who is good friends with everybody. But still. Screenshot saved as a PNG and a notepad document. Gotcha. In alphabetical order, of course. Yeah. League of Mayans. Different subcultures like races, a sophisticated city-dwelling waste, wandering barbarian group. I mean, there already are mercenary groups and refugee groups and wandering groups, but you don't really see them in Fortress mode. How tough are vampires to fight? How do you know there's... Wait, hold on a second. Hold up. Particular one is unarmed and unarmored. Are they in your fortress? Like a civilian? Because they're...
Many people ask me, Nikita, we
That.
will be... Will the blin.
That's how tough vampires are to fight. Hi, Ryan. How you doing today? Good to see you. Trapped. Okay, so I wouldn't fight it. If it's a citizen, I would not tell your military to attack it. The reason I wouldn't tell your military to attack it isn't because they won't kill it. They probably will. Like, if it's unarmed and unarmored and your military is armed, they can probably kill it pretty easily. Problem is, if that vampire has friends, that could potentially cause a loyalty cascade, which could cause all of your dwarves to dogpile each other and murder each other in a mass violent episode that could cause the whole fort to fall over. What you could do, if you have a prison, go to justice screen and accuse it of all of the crimes. If you don't have a prison, you could just wall it in and pretend it's not there. And then you have an invincible fortress, because technically it's a citizen who can't starve to death and will just live in that hole forever. Just let him chill. Or you could expel him, or them, by hitting V, finding the vampire, and then hitting P, and then E, and then select where you want to send them to, and then just hitting enter twice. The elves have come to trade. Helping your cousin move? Oh, so you worked all day is what you're saying. It's fucking pouring rain here. It's pouring rain so hard that the little poisonous mushrooms in my garden are all crushed. It's been awful. They've been fueling the slug assault against my my garden. I've had to go outside twice today and remove slugs. I also had to evict a snail by throwing it all the way across the lawn, which means it'll probably be back in about, I don't know, 10 days. That's how my day's been. But we've made it to year 50 in this fortress. Very happy about it. Which means we are 5% completed the Longdeath of Longdeath. Which ironically translates to Rome crash. Huh. With a K. You could do nothing? Well, here's the thing. A vampire won't make dwarves into vampires. A vampire will just kill dwarves. So, if you do nothing, it'll kill one dwarf, then it'll kill 2 dwarves, and then it'll kill 18 dwarves. It accelerates. The rate at which the vampire murders accelerates. So it will eventually kill every dwarf into your fort until all you have left is the one vampire. So you have to do something, unless you just want to have a vampire in your fort. Also, having a all vampire fort isn't exactly fun. Rome crash, yes. I only just realized how ironic that is. I just had this split second of panic going, why is the game lagging so much? And then I realized it's paused. I mean, anything will. Give them something to do. Give them a book to read or a lever to pull on repeat. Just, if you don't want them to go insane, give them something to do. My favorite thing to do with vampires like that is either drop a pickaxe in from a layer above or give them a pickaxe somehow. Like, put a pickaxe in a stockpile and then wall the stockpile off and then tell the vampire to knock down the wall on the edge if one of the walls are constructed. Something like that. And give them the... what's the movie Deliverance about? No idea. I've never heard of it. And then knock down one of the walls on the inside so we can have a pickaxe, and then just let him go build his own fort somewhere. I like to do that with vampires, because then, like, they can go mine out blocks and make crafts, and they can smooth walls and do engravings, make statues, and it keeps them busy. Because, like, if they literally are in a room in solitary confinement, yes, they will and eventually die of boredom. I thought that was Brokeback Mountain. Song Wind. I've never actually seen that movie. That is definitely not about camping. I mean, they're kind of camping. I mean, it's not about camping, but they are indeed camping. For the duration of that. Is that movie even any good? I know that it's, like, an important movie for what it is, but... A foul road trip run afoul of hillbillies that kill. Isn't that The Hills Have Eyes? Oh no, that's Mutant Hillbillies That Kill. Mutant Hillbillies That Kill is my new punk rock band. Guru's too busy conducting a meeting. And it felt fantastic. Oh yeah, I believe that. Billy Hill and the Killbillies. My new country death metal band. Then horror movies. I don't know. I've never seen it, so. I'm mostly just bullshitting over top of chat. Which is what I do like 8 hours a day, every day. The romantic drama, they... will they, won't they thing, except they're realistically gay cowboys. Yeah, I know, like, kind of the gist of the movie. I don't know if it's any good. That's the thing. Kind of an honest question. It's an important movie for when it came out and the themes that it has. But it's one of those movies where I always wonder if it's actually any good. I love that these dwarves are delivering these by going, okay, you went around. You went the wrong way, dwarf. That's not the way I wanted you to go. but they've been going like up a wall, basically. Like they're going up and over. Yeah, see, there they go. They cover that corner. Funny. You actually enjoyed it? Ryan, you know what movie I rewatched the other day? I rewatched 2012's Dread. Because I finished every episode of The Boys that's up. And I wanted more Carl Urban in my life. I think that's his name. Anyway. Did you watch The Boys? It did not live up to the hype for me. Yes, you should watch The Boys. But here's the thing that I'll say about The Boys. Uh-oh. My trader hasn't come to trade. You're too busy conducting a goddamn meeting. Go trade. The elves are about to leave. We need to give them the crafts to keep the frames up. Here. Go away. Parasite's very good, but don't... If you know anything about Parasite, it's not as good. Kind of need to go into that movie blind. You'd probably like it. The Boys is interesting. But the problem with The Boys is this. Is it's very obviously a low-budget show. You know? Like, it feels like a show that you would see on Sci-Fi. Almost. Like... I've seen better special effects in YouTube videos. You know nothing about Parasite? Then go see that. Just fucking watch that movie. If you know nothing about Parasite, fucking watch it. Okay, so if you're okay with like a lower budget flick, then yeah, The Boys is good. The thing about The Boys is like a lot of the superheroes are just like normal ass people in weird leather costumes. Like, it's kind of like a superhero show filmed by a YouTube channel that's kind of way too good at their special effects end, but they got their entire cast from, like, Comic-Con. So they're just kind of like normal-ass people with leather suits on. And one of the characters, like, effectively does nothing for an entire season. And they don't actually say what his power is the entire season, really. Like, you know he does something with the ocean. That's about it. Also, he can talk to dolphins. That's it. But you don't actually see anything about his power. They just don't say anything. It's just like...
Yeet.
You just accept that he has powers, but they don't actually tell you what they are. And not because, like, they're withholding information, but just because I feel like they didn't have the budget to actually show his powers. So... Is it worse? I'd say the costume design is about the same as Kick-Ass. Sorry, I'm not completely ignoring you, Hobo. I'm just in the middle of a tangent. Hi, Hobo. How are you? Uh-oh. Speaking of Hobo, you've completely fucking lost it. Shit. The only thing that keeps you happy is military stuff, Hobo, and apparently that's not enough anymore. Anyway, yeah, so it's kind of about the same as Kick-Ass, kind of about the same levels of violence. Like, a dude runs right through a chick. But, like, there's points where you'll know that someone's doing, like, something with lightning bolts, right? And, like, the camera will pan up, so you only see, like, the lower half of her body, and then this weird, like, glow comes from off-screen, and then it pans back down, and stuff's, like, charcoal beneath her. But you don't actually, like, they just didn't have the budget for the shot, so they just, like, point the camera up and point the camera back down. That kind of shit. So, if you're... Like, I kind of was, I guess, expecting more in the way of production value from the show. The writing is good, and the characters are fascinating. has been done better by other comics. In fact, the show didn't make up the difference. I tend to agree with that. Yeah, I think that that's a pretty good description, but it's, I don't know. It's been an entertaining get high and watch something show for me for a while. Probably continue being that for a bit. Where they're only slightly animated. Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it, Ryan. Especially, like, if you have access to it. Yeah, you watch The Boys because of the characters, and their interactions are interesting. And also, like, I kind of... As somebody who... Okay, I'll just say this. If you've watched the first season, Boys, you'll know what I'm talking about. As somebody who was raised very Christian, I appreciate the hell out of the whole sequence of Bible study shit that they go to. Mwah. Real good. Real fucking good. That whole chunk of that show, it makes the whole show worth watching. Is just that bit. Where they go to, like, fucking Bible study camp. Why didn't you guys finish mining that out? Excuse me? Right there. Unless the hatch is forbidden. No? Yeah, Homeland... I would argue that Homelander is the reason to watch that show. Also, the new chick from the new season, Stormwind, is interesting. Maybe I sold all my picks by mistake or something stupid. Actually, let's make steel picks. You wish they picked the Authority? I'm not a big comic book person, so I wouldn't know. I wish that HBO was easier to watch in Canada without having to pay for their stupid service. Uh-oh. Apostle's throwing a tantrum. Apostle's been having hard times for a while. I'm just waiting for that new season of Ozark. I'm happy that's been announced proper now. Actually, have a release date, too. Well, you didn't start a fist fight, so... Can commit any crimes. Yep, you did. Probably just yelling at somebody. That's strange. Why aren't they mining that out? You know what we're going to do for a little bit? Okay. Okay, first things. Remove all of these. Okay. Second thing. Literally just canceling every job right now. And no auto loom. I mean, I've done that with many series, but you'll never hear me talk about series that I stop watching in the middle of them. Okay, so Apostle has been convicted of a crime. Alrighty, Apostle. Let's see how you do. Sheriff is pretty tough, so. Last few people, the sheriff has like punched them in their head and their head has exploded, so. We'll see. Ugh! There goes another one. R.I.P. Apostle. Ironically, he's not even armed and is never trained in the military. He's just really strong. Punches them in the head and they die generally. He's a little bit too enthusiastic about his job, as I said. Last thing he did is he punched him in the head with the left hand, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain. And tearing the brain. What's going on? My sheriff's a little bit overzealous with his job. Just a little bit. Do I have a jail? Oh, of course I have a jail. I have 5 jail cells, but it was a minor crime. So it only got a beating instead of a prison sentence, right? If it's a major crime and they get a prison sentence, they're generally fine. I want to watch, rather, Dark. But I tried watching the dub, and it's incredibly jarring to watch a German show in English when I understand a quarter of the German. So then I tried watching the sub, and the subtitles move too fast, and there's constant times where multiple characters are talking at once, and I can't keep up with that and also watch a show because of my visual field problems. Subtitles are almost impossible for me. Like, I had a hard time watching Parasite. I had to watch Parasite twice to really get the whole thing. I watched it and then yarred it from fucking Sweden and then watched it again. Got it all the second time. So, makes anime almost unwatchable unless I'm watching dub. Because I can either read the subtitles or watch the movie, right? Have to rewatch a few episodes? Yeah. Although, it was kind of funny, the little bit of the first episode of Dark that I did watch, because there's one point where a character blatantly screams, "Fuck!" really loudly. But the subtitle said, "Damn it." Which... I think it's only Netflix. At least here it's only Netflix. You watched Ragnarok with your kid, and it seems like the same actors did the English dub. Huh. That is interesting. Yeah, and a bunch of podcasts I know talked about the final season in a spoiler-free fashion, and it made me want to listen or watch it, but... I like this dwarf. Blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Euphoric due to inebriation, and within the last season she felt pleasure remembering a fine bed. She was proud remembering teaching sword, and pleasure remembering a sparring session. Exasperated when caught in the rain, but felt pleasure near a fine door. Must have been a fine door. I haven't really watched a show that I found funny in a really long time. I haven't watched a funny thing in a very... You know what's a... Is it fair for me to say that I wish that Stranger Things was better? It's like that first season of Stranger Things was kind of incredible. And they killed it all with the second season. And the third season didn't really fix that, in my opinion. Went downhill fast. Yeah, Jack Crow. Like, here's the things that I love about the first season of Stranger Things. It's kind of spooky. It's kid-friendly, so everybody likes it. It's 80s nostalgia, which is hot shit. The problem that I have with everything beyond the first season is they got rid of the practical effects. They're like, we actually have money now, so they did effects with computers, but it's like, the practical effects was literally the thing that made the show good for me. Like, that sequence in the first season with the wall, when, like, the thing pushes its way through the wall is so fucking cool. The royal treasurer has arrived. And, oh, for a second there, thought he immediately left. Why did they go up and then wait? Oh, I guess he was waiting for his bodyguards. Right? Excellent. I don't know. I mean, it didn't look amazing, but there's something about practical effects that you don't get with, you know, CGI. Did you ever watch the first season of Stranger Things? See you later, Songwind. Cheers, dude. Thanks for hanging out. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? You know what? I'll just ask for your weird whale leathers. Like the orca leather, and the octopus leather, the hammerhead shark leather, and the blue shark leather, the other shark leather, the short film shark, the other shark leather, that shark leather, whatever that is. Sure. You know, honestly, I would genuinely say, just watch the first season of Stranger Things and then forget the rest of the seasons exist. You know what's a movie I want to see? Not because of practical effects, but it's exclusive to fucking Shudder. Is... I think it's called Blood Machines? Name of it? District 9 is great. Yeah, Blood Machines. It looks like Dark Synthwave the movie. Just check that out. You didn't watch District 9 until 2019? That was your first time watching it? District 19, I think, is one of the best looking movies I've ever seen. And you know what's also another really good looking movie with practical effects? Mad Max Fury Road. What do they want from us? Short swords, headwear, goblets, fish, leather water skins, ammunition, legwear, rock rings, tanned hides, blocks, and cut gems. Still need to watch Mad Max? Have you seen any of them? Because just watch Fury Road. Fucking watch Fury Road. That's the only movie I've seen in the last 10 years that's given me actual pain watching it. Like, it made my back hurt from, like, craning. It's fucking cool. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell. You and your stout dwarves. Still no new wars happening. Humans are still spreading. They're all the way down to here now. But they've, in the mid-spring of 54, a group calling themselves the Group of Soaring founded Ship Pawn after a long journey from the lands of the Confederacy of Sport. Need to watch the new one? I would watch it, especially considering there's like humming and hawing in Hollywood about a Furiosa film. It was supposed to be a Halo movie, And honestly, I'm glad it wasn't a Halo movie. You know what, honestly, to me, the most disappointing thing about District 9 is the fact that Neil Blomkamp didn't get an opportunity to make another good movie. Like, he's made, like, 4 movies since then that have all been, like, blech. Like, Elysium was blech. Chappie was blech. Did that short series, which was blech. You know what's funny about District 9, though, is it's actually really divisive. I feel like people either love District 9, and it's kind of like a cult classic in that way, or they hate it. It's one of the two. Like, they either go, man, District 9, one of the best science fiction movies ever made, or they're like, that movie's fucking trash, and I've heard both opinions. Hobo is indeed depressed. I read that as Halo is depressed, and I was about to agree with that, and I realized that I was missing. Arrival is extremely good. Honestly, my favorite 2 recent science fiction films I've had the opportunity and pleasure of watching is Arrival. Arrival was extremely good. And Annihilation. Because I've been thinking about Annihilation since I saw Annihilation, and I should probably rewatch Annihilation. Because that... Annihilation is the only movie I've actually... Actually, no, one of 2 movies in the last couple of years where I've had to pause it and take like a 2-hour break because of how fucky it got. And the only other movie that I've had to do that with recently was Bird Box. Bird Box, I had to pause it around halfway through and just like take a breather for like... I got shit sequels, Pacific Rim. I wouldn't say that Pacific Rim was a great movie. But it was a fun movie. And it did get a shit sequel. Really? Rums? Fuck you, it was. Has anybody here seen Annihilation? Because holy fuck, that film. They made a sequel to Mamma Mia? What? I didn't know that. That's strange. I guess there's more ABBA songs, but... I mean, it's right in the title. Mamma Mia, here we go again. My, how could I resist ya? You can die on that hill, Ryan. Just like those Russians that got 2 lines in before their mech got pop. Oh. There's actually merchants here to trade with. I didn't even notice. I didn't realize the wagons arrived. I saw the treasure, but I didn't see the wagons. I mean, sequels are often better in video games. We'll just offer them that as a gift. Oh, trust me, there was a lot visually and effects-wise, I really enjoyed the way that Pacific Rim was shot. But that's about it. And I need more than... In order for me to say that a movie was great... Like, I enjoyed Pacific Rim. It was fun. But in order for me to say a movie was great, I need to enjoy the way it was shot, enjoy the effects, enjoy the music, and enjoy the presentation and story of the film. I personally feel that Pacific Rim had cool effects. Too much of it was shot at night in the rain, which is tricks to make effects cheaper. I thought that there was a lot of dimly lit action sequences. Again, trick to make stuff cheaper. The humans dancing with my dwarves. That's awesome. And I think that they cut a lot of corners in that regard. That being said, it was a fun movie that I enjoyed. Why is there a human lasher like lying on the ground underneath that human who's bard who's playing music? Strange. Man, Pablo, you haven't really done much as a dwarf, but you're a fucking happy dwarf. You know, although I will say this. Pacific Rim made me really, really, really want a proper Battletech film. And I would watch a Battletech film if it was written by the guys who do the writing for Harebrained Schemes. It'll never happen. But fuck, I would watch the hell out of a live act. Maybe not film. Maybe like a 4-part series. Just gritty, hard sci-fi. Get the people who did the effects for The Expanse to do the effects for it. That kind of hard sci-fi. Speaking of shows that blow all their effects budget on one sequence, has there been any news on that Witcher show? I would totally watch more of that. This is the autoloader from Alien. Like, is there even any good mecha movies that are live action aside from Pacific Rim? I mean, the mech in the end of District 9's pretty fucking great. But that's not really a mech movie. He just has a power suit at the end for some reason. I mean, in most of Elysium, they have, like, full-body suits, but... Hold on. Live-action movies with mechs. Six mech anime that you need to watch. That need a live-action adaptation. Screen Rant, terrible goddamn website. The internet is telling me Starship Troopers 3. Starship Troopers has mechs. All they can think of is Starship Troopers, Robot Jocks, I guess, yeah, Starship Troopers 3. And Iron Man? Is that... I'm sorry, what? Iron Man's not a mech. Why have I never heard of this movie? Real Steel's cool. Yeah, I enjoyed Real Steel. Well, I know what I'm gonna go dig up. Looks wonderfully awful. Yeah, I've seen like 2 screen caps and I need to watch that damn movie. Yes, but Avatar is a terrible film, okay? Like the one thing that we can all agree on was Elise. No, that was Aang Edge of Tomorrow was the Groundhog Day meets Saving Private Ryan. I think Elysium was or not Ring of Elysium. That's a video game. No, Elysium was all the rich people are up in a space station floating around Earth, and everybody on Earth live in a gigantic global slum. And guy tries to go up there to get to his girlfriend. I think I can't. It's not very good. Hang in there, Disco Waffles. All right, well, Ryan, what are we doing the podcast episode on robot jocks? That being said, it might be hard to find a copy of that. Yeah, it's Edge of Tomorrow. I like that this dwarf is dancing. This dwarf can't stand, refuses to use crutches, and is dancing. Meditate on Earth. Well, I certainly hope you're on Earth. Has a chainsaw jockstrap, eh? All right. So I just went to YouTube out of curiosity and typed in robot jocks, whole movie. And I stumbled on this. Yeah, it truly is. It's not going to work, though, Quad. She's never going to escape the simulation. I know what I'm doing tonight. I'm watching this movie. Reminds you of Hawkeye? Dude, there's a lot of full movies on YouTube, but generally it's movies that never got picked up again after, like, the VHS era. There's actually a few companies now that have been re-releasing old movies on VHS, that were only released on VHS on Blu-ray. Generally in higher resolutions, too. But, chat, we're on year 55. We're 5% done with the Fortress, which is wild that we've made it this far. This fortress is now 50 years old. It's older than most fortresses will ever be. We had a very important event happen today. We have our first second-generation dwarf. See how Nervicious is doing. Currently feels enjoyment. Actually got injured. No health problems, though. 1-year-old. Dreams of mastering a skill. Needs some new clothing, but that's par for the course. Running around. How old your dwarf is, Barons? Barons is second, right? Because I think your dwarf died. Yeah, your dwarf is dead. Petra grew up, though. Successfully. Now, what year did your dwarf die, Barons? Because I know that your dwarf died. I don't think I ever... Yeah, Brahms is also dead. You died pretty early on. I don't think I ever re-dwarfed you. The few dwarves that never got redwarfed. Few people that never got redwarfed. You're still alive as a child? Oh yeah, you are. Okay. I was like, what? 10. 2 years until you become an adult. There we go. You're currently playing off in the corner. You're wearing really nice clothing. And you don't like the sun very much. Like most kids around that age. Medium length sideburns. They're neatly combed. The son of Disco Waffles and King. Yeah, you're doing all right. 10. Obo's going batshit nuts. But I think it's time for us to save. Play a little bit of another game. A little bit of another game. People seem to be enjoying that their Lost Flame. We could do more of that if you guys want. The run did die yesterday, but we could start another one. Could do Stalker. That's also an option. Like DF is watching you right now. Hiding in your room, not leaving much, playing make-believe, and watching Stalker. Or something else. So what do we think of Jet? What do we think we should do for second game today? I'll actually put up a poll. Actually, no, we'll just do Stalker or Lost Flame. Those are kind of the two games that we've been playing. I'm kind of up for either, really. You're searching for robot jocks? Well, let me know if you can find it, right? What game? I don't know. I'm indecisive. Do we want to go to Ukraine? Or run around in a dungeon? I swear to God, if you bastards tie this. I know what side Hobo's on. Yep, you can buy votes. Obviously, I'm going to leave that up as an option if you really want. Time to buy all the volts. I mean, you can, Viking Lord, if you really want. Dreamer's got to eat, man. Thanks, Hobo, for the $1. That actually filled up the leaderboard. My God. All right. Cheeky breaky it is-y.